Awesome. All right. Let's go, guys. So how old is project management? Who has an idea?
I don't know.
That should be, to me, it should be as old as eternity.
You're spot on, Mark. You're spot on, really spot on.
Probably not documented.
So, no, but really, it's as long as the earth was. Here are a few projects. So project management is nothing really new, as it were. It's been there for all life and eternity. We'll always be there, really, because humans are always going to be trying to create one thing or the other. I hope you can hear me, and my network is firm and short. All right, cool. Now, the first thing you need to take away from the class today is that it's been there forever. And good examples of project management experiences is the Pyramid of Giza in Egypt. I think you'll find that from your holy books that was used to preserve in times of famine. The Olympic Games, I'm sure you know how old the Olympic Games have been themselves. So that's another example of a project. The Great Wall of China, lovely place, trust me. You would ask yourself, did human beings build this place when you visit that place? Because it's really a long stretch, pretty long stretch of a wall. But it's amazing what people could do those days. I'm sure those in construction, you will love this place so much. The Taj Mahal, that's a newer project. You can go check it out. Lovely place also. So humans landing on the moon, newer projects now, and the polio vaccine, newer projects. Now, why do we get involved with projects? What are projects? Let's start from there. The key word there is a project is a temporary a temporary endeavor. Temporary. Mark the key words there now, temporary. It's an endeavor. It's undertaken to create what? A unique product, service, or result. Now, before I continue teaching, I'm going to let you guys know the materials you have are very valid. I'm going to build into your materials. So you're going to see my materials a bit offering some foundational knowledge, and then I build you into the materials you already have. Because I've had to recreate my own material as a trainer because I want you to have a more robust feel about the training. All right. So a project is a temporary endeavor undertaken to create a unique product, service, or result. Now, what's the key word there, my friends? It's temporary. Means that it has a start date and it has an end date. If it is something you keep doing every time, it's not a project, it's an operation. Like brushing your teeth is an operation, it's operational. You keep doing the same thing every day, it's got no start date, it's got no end date, and there is no unique result or product it achieves. So brushing your mouth, it's actually it's much of an operation. So you need to be able to separate what an operation is and what a project is. I'm sure you also know what a product is, and you also know what a service is. Projects are tangible, services are intangible. So if I'm a waiter, what I'm giving to you is a service. But if I sell electronics and you're buying a laptop from me, what I'm giving to you is a product. Make sense? One of them is tangible, one of them is intangible. However, they all have value. Now, the next thing is the word result. A result it's a word that covers both product and service. So in case you don't want to call it a product, you don't want to call it a service, you could just simply call it a result. I hope the definitions of terms are clear. We're going to build step after step. Now the question is, when do projects end? That's the question you need to answer now. When do projects end? Hello?
Yeah, hello.
Yep, tell me.
When the product ends? Do I chip in something?
Feel
It's a
free.
question.
It's a question.
To me, projects should now, from the definitions we've gotten so far, projects should now end when a product is delivered.
Also, Mark, you're not far from the truth. When the project objectives have been achieved, the objectives will not or cannot be met. So sometimes you're in a project and you just cannot meet their objectives. So you just do what? You sign out. The client is asking for too much, you can't meet it. Or you don't have the skill set to what? Meet it. You have to sign out when their objectives cannot be met. And sometimes not because you don't have the skill set, but because the client does no longer has what? The funding for the project. Sometimes the funding is there, the skill set is there, but there is no longer a need for that project. What is a good example for that? A good example for that will be
Our refineries.
COVID-19.
Why do you? Okay, let's say, yeah, COVID-19. What exactly would that be about COVID-19?
Probably sending face masks to rural areas to help them fight.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
But we still use face masks are still being used now. No?
For the purpose of COVID-19?
It has not ended now. The use of face masks is still on.
For fighting
COVID-19? You are
for preventing.
This time around is not. Yeah. It's really up to you whether it's used or not really used, but it's not actively in use like that.
Exactly.
Yeah. But let's not use COVID-19 because the pandemic is not still too far from us. Okay. So let's say you plan to buy a car, okay, and then you've already saved up for it, and then you've even ordered that, you've even sent money to the person who is shipping it in for you. And then the interesting thing is that while you sent the money yesterday, and this morning you met me, and I gave you a car key, a brand new car, literally what you wanted, what you ordered for. You know, the other project is no longer in need anymore. So the best thing to say is the guy, let's cancel the order. As simple as that one can be, you can take it to more complicated ones. Now, the next one is when the human or the physical resources are no longer available. That makes sense? Yeah. And then sometimes it's a legal reason. There's some legal issues can happen, and they would ask you to stop the process. So let's go again. So what is project management as it were? It involves the application of knowledge. So like we all said, I want to gain the knowledge. I want to gain the skill set. I already have the skill set because I've been working with it. So I want to tie the knowledge to my skill set. I want to find out if there are tools and techniques I can pick up from the class in order to help me engage in project activities so that I can meet project requirements. There are 4 things there to take away: knowledge, skills, tools, techniques. Knowledge, skill, 2, techniques. Now, the application of all of these, not some of it, but all of this, the knowledge, the skill, the tool, using the right tools and the right techniques for every situation is what we call project management. Why are projects initiated? Why are projects initiated? Now, projects are initiated because we want to deliver value. You want to deliver value. Now, look at where this company is. The current state of this company. Can you see it? Let's say the current state of the company is that the company makes 5 million naira as annual income. Don't take my word for it. It's just for a case study. And the company wants to move from 5 million to what? 20 million annual income. What they will have to do to bridge the gap between their current state and their future state is what we call activities. Project activities. They might initiate like 2, 3 new projects that will help them to get that together. I hope that makes sense.
Yes.
Let's break it down. Every one of us here, you have your current state. I think Praise said she's in a current profession already as a real estate manager. And then she's aspiring to move into what? Becoming a project manager. Now she's gotten herself involved in a number of projects now to help her make the transition. The first project is getting certified or studying for the exam. The second one will be what? Getting certified. And then the third one will be what? Perhaps looking out for those project management opportunities. You see, a couple of projects to take her from a current state to a future state. That is why projects are what done. Because she wants to add value to her skill set and professional offerings. Make sense?
Yeah.
The question is, are there opportunities in becoming a project manager? Now, like already you've seen that we are all involved in projects, whichever way you go, because people are always trying to make the transition from one place to another. And that's why you already know that it's going to be difficult for you to lack what you do. Now, so the opportunities are what? Enormous wherever you go. Now, this is what PMI said. PMI said that the global economy will need 25 million new project management professionals by 2030, which is exactly 8 years from now. To what? Close the skill gap. A very easy way to do it is to go online on LinkedIn and search for project manager roles. And you would see how many will pop out for you to show you that there is a need, whether in the business sector, construction, IT, and even in the development sector. The need just runs wild. What other thing do I need to know? Now, let's go back to those in construction. Let's use you guys for an example. We're about to build an estate. The gutters, we call them drainages, in the estate is a project of its own. because you plan for that on its own. The unique output in making the gutters will be what? A drainage system. That's a unique output. The road network is a unique output. Each individual house is a unique output. Now, these are individual projects. Each house, each unit of house is unique. So that's a project of its own. The drainage is a project of its own. The road network is a project of its own. Now, when a group of projects are related, when they are related, what are they called? They are called a program. I hope that makes sense. So you might see in some job roles, they say program manager. What they mean is, you're not just going to manage a project, one project, but you're going to manage what? A group of related projects. Particularly for those of you in construction, most times, what you really do, you're a program manager. Because there are little units of projects here and there that you are managing. However, before you can assume the name of a program manager, those projects have to be related. And what do I mean by the word related? It means that you can plan them together in order to get more benefits out of them. Like I wouldn't expect you to plan the drainage different from the road. Are you getting what I'm saying? Besides, I wouldn't expect you to plan the walkway different from the drainage. So all of these, the walkway, the drainage, I may not be so good with.
You're hanging.
With your I hope you understand me.
You are hanging. We can't hear you well.
All of them will be
The line is still breaking it though.
You are hanging. We are not hearing you.
Thank you.
So I think he needed to quickly switch his network. He'll be back shortly.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
We're all hanging on. Please, I think it's only me and you that's
The network is good, right?
kind of on audio. Okay.
Okay.
Every other person is on mute.
Okay, so should we mute ours?
No. Why?
Okay.
He's back on.
all right, guys. Can you hear me now? Is it better?
Better now.
Yes.
Cool.
Cheers.
All right, thank you. I needed to switch my network supplier. All right, good. Is my screen still active?
Yeah.
Still active.
We can see you.
I mean, my screen, my
No.
Okay. Did you guys get up to this point of programs? Did you get up to that point?
Yes.
That was where we are, project programs and portfolio.
Okay, perfect. So now you understand up to programs, do you?
Yes, that's program.
Yes.
Absolutely good. Okay. So now, where are we moving next? Now that we perfectly grabbed the idea of programs, the next thing you're going to have to worry about is what is a portfolio? Before I move away from programs, please don't forget that before you call a related project a program, it means that they are what? Related, and you can plan them together. I'm making an emphasis on that, particularly if you're writing the exams. You need to be very aware and not jump that gun. Now, after you're done with that understanding, we can move to the next idea, which is the idea of portfolio. What is a portfolio? A portfolio is related programs planned as one. Related programs planned as one. Related programs planned as one. I hope that makes sense.
Yes.
All right, cool. Let's keep going. Now,
I don't know, please, can you cite an example of a portfolio?
a portfolio.
Yes, please.
A good way to think about a portfolio, think about people in the development sector. Let's look at Bill and Melinda Gates. One of the biggest areas where you see them thrive, where they are really working on, is in the area of healthcare, trying to get pandemics, viruses, keep them at bay. So let's say that first and foremost, they are working on malaria. In malaria alone, they can actually have like 5 or 6 different projects in malaria. That's a program. Malaria will be what? A program. In HIV and AIDS, they will have another program there.
Okay, I get it.
Now,
It's clear now.
You get the picture.
Yes, it's clear now. It's okay.
Okay. They can do.
It's clear now.
Malaria. They can do HIV.
All of that. Yes, all together.
They can even do COVID.
Yep.
Okay, I would like to ask a question.
Go ahead.
Since I'm partially into construction, so being a real estate investment advisor. So let's say you are a project manager, or let's say you're an engineer and you're supervising a site in Wuye in Abuja, for example, and then you're supervising another site in Gariki, and another site in Guzapi. Does that mean you are working on a portfolio?
Program. Yeah, it's a program.
No, it's a program. Okay.
Yeah, if it's a site, are you talking about individual houses?
Estates now.
No, she's talking now about separate sites. But
Separate sites, separate estates.
Separate estates owned by the same organization.
Separate estates owned by the same organization. Yes, you are on a portfolio. However, hear this.
Okay.
The degree to which they are related is the big deal. Some estates are completely not related to the other one. Let me give you an example. If I was the one building Banana Island in Lagos, and there are the houses are the same type in Lagos, the houses are the same type in Abuja, and the same type in what? Port Harcourt.
The same prototype.
Yeah, like the same house types, maybe the same terraces in Abuja, terraces in this other place.
Yes. So again, I'm leveraging, is my internet wobbling? I don't know what's happening again today. Are you hearing me clearly?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you could leverage the same architect, the lessons you're going to learn from your your sites are going to be related, so you can actually bring it together as in use it to help the other site. Are you getting me? You can actually use an engineer here because it's about the same things they are doing here, there, and there. That's a decent portfolio. Now you look at what I just said now. I don't have to pay 3 architects to plan the 3 estates. I paid 1. And I got 3 outcomes. You get the picture?
Yeah.
Yep. So that's exactly what we mean. So that's a portfolio. You can plan them together.
Okay.
All right. Talking about projects. How do you manage projects? Okay, let's go back to construction again. If you're building just a 1 5-bedroom apartment, that's a standalone project. So you can manage a project as a standalone. If you're building an estate, you can manage a project within a program of the estate. Because already you've defined the way the house will look in the estate plan. A lot of things have been defined already in the program. So you now manage the estate within a program. Likewise, you can manage a project within a portfolio. Stop me wherever you need me to stop. Can you match this?
Can you?
Yes, it's for you to match.
Provide a strategic framework.
Quickly go to the chat box and match them. Is A2, B1, C3, D4? It's up to you now. You have 1 minute to come up with your answers. Your time starts now.
Provide a strategic framework to use and guide portfolio programmer.
Please, can you mute yourself? Thank you.
Is there a lot of noise from my background?
Oh, it's the other person that is talking. It is very loud.
Okay. Okay. Can I get my answers, guys?
Yeah, A. It will be
All right.
matched to 2.
Okay, drop it
A2.
on. Drop it on the chat box now. Let's begin to engage with it.
Chat
Just type
box.
it in the chat box so that we see what you're saying.
Where's chatbot?
Okay, I'm chatting all of you now. Go to the top where you have where to mute yourself. Where you see stop video, you see a chat box.
I see the chat box.
Did you see where I just sent a pop right now to all of you? Did you see it?
Okay.
You should see something coming up. Hello.
Okay, I've seen it.
Yeah, that's it.
Yes.
Praise, I don't want hi, I want answer. I'm just teasing you, don't mind me.
Yeah, I'm doing that. I just sent you something.
No, I'm just teasing, don't mind me, I'm just playing with
I
you.
don't know. I would really.
All right, El Hassan goes for a D to 2, a C to 4, a B to 1, and A to 3. El Hassan. Praise goes for an A to 3, a C to 4. Come on, Praise and El Hassan, you guys are just writing exactly the same thing. Kudos to both of you. Are you doing expo together? Okay, Eves. Kwasi.
No.
Eves, you jumped into our class. We didn't even see you. That's a treasonable offense. Huh?
Sorry.
Which court of law will try you? You're welcome, though.
Thank you.
All right. Chinwe, also caught by the same offense.
Yes, sir. Apologies. I think the class had already started before.
It's all right, don't worry. I'm only teasing. Don't mind me. Don't take me too serious.
Okay.
Okay. Good. Guys, you guys have already nailed it. I think I will just explain it for the benefit of those who don't understand what you've done already. Every one of you has done exactly the right things. So you're all correct. At least I've seen El Hassan, Praise, and Eves. All three are correct. Okay, let me explain for those who may be entirely new to these words, just so that you understand. Let's start with project management, which is 1. It says, B says, it manages the efforts to develop specific scope. You see the word specific? It means it's a unique project. Make sense to you? Specific scope, which supports the portfolio and the program management objectives. So a specific scope in line with a particular portfolio and project management objectives, and ultimately the organizational goal. Now let me make you see, all of those use of words is just to help to confuse you. The first line gives you the answer. Manages efforts to develop specific scope. Shikina, that's all. Now, the other one, even though it seeks to confuse you, it still has meaning. Because, like our friend in FIRS, I like using the example of someone in FIRS who wants to go and build a real estate with the money of FIRS. That's wrong. That does not strategically align with FIRS. FIRS is a revenue collection system or organization. So why are you taking the money from there to go and do what? Build a real estate business. So whatever project you are doing has to align with what? The program, the portfolio, and ultimately the organizational goal. I hope that makes sense. It's like now, we have a few of us in construction. If I came to your house and I see you watching a surgery on TV, and you're watching it so keenly, like I want to use this, I want to practice this tomorrow. I'll be curious, who are you practicing surgery on? It doesn't align with your strategic goals as a what? A construction worker. It doesn't. However, I'm not saying that you cannot tie that skill to something else, but in this regard, it's what you call transferable skills. I hope you know, I know you know that already. But in this regard, it doesn't align properly. So it has to align. So that's that for project management. Let's go to 2, which is portfolio management. Now, the 2 there is actually tied to what? A D. What is D? It selects. It prioritizes programs and projects that will best achieve the organizational strategic goals. Now, the key word that I would first want you to resonate with you when you saw it is that it deals with what? Programs and what? Projects. Anything that deals with programs and projects is somewhere around a portfolio. It covers those two. Now, a portfolio also involves, you might have a portfolio of activities, let's say like we talked about, the COVID vaccine, malaria, tuberculosis, all of them managed all by what? Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. But when COVID came, some of those projects might be put on hold, or the resources might go down. There will be priority for COVID research. So when you manage a portfolio, you also have to be what? Good in making prioritization on which of them will best help us at the moment. Not only about managing, but also about what? Prioritization. Think about those in construction one more time. The guy has an estate he's building, Banana Island, Port Harcourt, Banana Island, Lagos, Banana Island, Abuja. If I notice that the uptaking for Banana Island, Lagos, it's people are taking that one faster than they're taking the one for Abuja and the one for what? Port Harcourt. Where do you think I will invest my resources?
Lagos.
Lagos. Prioritization. So that's that for number 2. Let's dig into number 3, the OPM. The OPM is often also called the what? The Project Management Organization, the PMO, Project Management Office. Now, in most organizations, what you might often hear is compliance, particularly for like banks, finance houses, where there are a lot of regulations. I think if you're running, if you are in a very big construction firm too, compliance will be a big deal. You have a compliance unit here that handles that. Now, what do they do? Like in compliance, they make sure that you don't do anything that will destroy, that will bring regulatory issues. Same thing here. In the project management world, there is often a big unit, not really big, but it will be sizable depending on the organization. And their work is what? To ensure that they provide the work, they set up a framework, like in compliance, they design the framework by which the organization will not make faulty decisions that will bring regulatory issues. Here again, what they do is what they design a framework for everybody to use. These frameworks will guide you in portfolio, in program, and in project management, such that in that way you will achieve organizational goals. They might say, you don't have to, everybody, let's stick with Eagle Cement. Everyone, from every bag of cement, you must bring out at least 70 blocks. So they give standardizations that will help to meet the organizational goals. This unit is often called the OPM or the PMO. The last one is program management. I'm sure if you look at that, you wouldn't be surprised in why that is that. Let's keep moving so that we can catch everything within our time. Okay. What is the next line of action that we need to have a look at? There are 3 domains you are going to practice project management. There are 3 domains you must be keen on understanding. The exam is also tied to these 3 domains. The first domain is people. These are techniques you need to understand about how to relate, interact, acquire, and support people. And when we mean people, most of the time your mind will go to your team, the people you work with. But very soon you will realize that there are 2 teams that you have to work with. One is your direct team as a project manager, which are also a subset of the other team or the other team you have. which are called stakeholders. So you are external team. So you have an internal and an external team. So you need to know how to broadly interact with all of these people. The next area that you have to be big on is the area of processes. Again, the appropriate knowledge, appropriate skills, and also the use of tools and techniques to be able to achieve your objectives. So what is the appropriate knowledge, skill set, tools, and techniques that will help me to achieve my process? That's the area of process now. Now, the other third area, and the area of, in the exam, out of 100 questions, 50% is for people, 42 is for process, and then 8 is for business environment. I like to say it this way. If you were a company, and I think my best example for this has always been the issue of Motorola. I don't know if you know about Motorola, how Motorola went into administration. Motorola was doing a very good, they were a very good phone company. Loads of, what do you call it? What do you call those things? Patents. Loads of patents, robust machinery. There was something to look out for the future. But Motorola got themselves invested in a project that was supposed to build a phone you could use anywhere in the world. And that phone would be as big as a briefcase. It was set to be as big as a briefcase. At the end of that project, it was a successful project in terms of the fact that it met its objectives. But before that project was launched, the telecom world had moved way past Motorola. Motorola only sold. You can mute your yourself if there is noise around your background so that you keep every other person engaged. Now, Motorola ended up selling only a copy. That's quite surprising, only a copy of that phone. Now, my problem is, imagine the investment that went into that project. It was an enormous investment. You can check it up at your time. Now, because of that one mistake, Motorola went into administration. So when you are doing a project, no matter how laudable your project is, no matter the kind of wonderful people that you think you have, you should also ensure that you protect the business environment where you work. Take, for instance, I think our country is one of the very good cases right now, built environment. The current administration is saying that they are doing a lot, they're doing very well. However, when you look around all of the industry indices, they could be failing. I don't know. It's left for those who judge to judge. But that's a picture of what we're talking about here. So you also need to protect the business environment. All right, quickly, we're going to move into talking about the life cycle of a project. Every project has initiation. Every project also has a time of planning. Everyone goes into execution. When you finish planning anything, you get into execution. When you finish executing, while you are executing, you need to monitor and control to ensure that you're getting the right outcome. And then finally, you close. In the course of the next 5 days of training, you're going to go from initiation to closure. But I'm going to walk you for today, we're going to be digging into what? Initiation. What happens in initiation? That's the initiation journey. What happens during initiation? The very first thing that happens during initiation is a business case. What is a business case? Why should we embark on this project? I'm sure in enrolling for this class, every one of you had sat back to do a business case. It might not have been formal, it wasn't very informal, but I'm sure you got yourself involved in a business case or the other. Why should I do this? How will this help me to succeed? What do I anticipate as the return on investment on this project? And when I mean by return on investment, it may not necessarily mean by money alone. Even the social capital of getting certified is also something you can take to the bank. You analyze it, and then you're going to come up to what you call a feasibility study. Who can help me do this? So I'm sure you checked out iCentral, you checked out a number of other training platforms, and you opted to say, okay, I work with iCentral, perhaps for this, and that reasons. Feasibility study. Now, research the reason for the project and determine if it will succeed. So you're also looking out for, where can I succeed the most when you choose iCentral? Then, thereafter, you commissioned the project. Now, commission is where you take your money and say you call someone and say you are going to be the project manager of this project. I'm sure if you've ever started a business before, you would have done this. After you research something, you did feasibility study, and then you appointed someone and say, you will manage the business. Sometimes the person that will manage that business, that you give that authority to, that the project charter is actually like an authority for you to manage, you to take charge. It identifies what you want to do, how you want to do it, how much you are ready to invest in that thing, and then you give someone the authority. Sometimes the person you gave the authority to had been working with you from the business case to the feasibility study until you now launched the project. So he was part of the process. Sometimes he was not. It's just that you have launched it and you're now sourcing for a competent hand that can manage it for you. Now, when you get a competent hand that can manage it for you and tell him exactly what you want him to do, that's a project charter. The competent hand will step into the fray, and the first thing he is going to do is to ask himself, who can I bring along with me to help me succeed? Now, before I go forward, can I ask, is there anyone in class who does not like football or who does not follow football?
I don't.
Not 100%.
Okay, Praise does not follow 100%. Mark does not follow at all. Interesting. Okay, cool.
I don't.
Who said they don't? I'm trying to, I didn't see who was speaking. At that
Mike, I don't.
Mike, okay, good. Okay, Mike, good. You don't follow at all. Abi, you just not.
I don't. I used to, but I had to stop when I saw I didn't see the need for us promoting other people's economy against ours. So I just stopped.
Okay, it's an interesting argument, but let's not get into it for today. Yeah, because really, I don't think you're really promoting. I think you follow it for either the fund of it and yeah, for leisure. Except you're one of those who go to invest money in those economies because you're promoting it. Yeah, that's a different one. But aside from that, it should be all right. But it's fine. Now, since you follow it a bit, you would understand something that sometimes happens. When you appoint a coach, most often than not, he comes with his back-end staffs. Are we together, guys?
Yeah.
That's his team, his close team that he knows they can help me to succeed. Most, even in terms of, okay, let's even leave football. In your small establishment, you bring in someone, he comes with a few, 2 or 3 persons. He wants to introduce someone that does things for him. He wants to introduce them. Why? He's worked with them for a while. He understands them so well and they understand him so well. And if you allow him, he will succeed better if he has that team with him. That's exactly what the team thing does. Now, And there you go from there. I hope you understand this journey, because if you understand this up to this point, we are perfectly fine. Any questions? Because I have the next 3 hours now to drive you on a speed limit.
Okay, so are you saying that the coach getting his own people is like that's project charter getting the team?
No, these are steps. The project charter is when the owner of the club tells the, okay, I was listening to a current interview by Ancelotti, which is the Real Madrid coach. He said that the club has already given them the mission for this year. Are you getting me? So that's a charter.
Okay.
What we want to achieve.
Yeah.
How we want to achieve it. When we want to achieve it. And the amount of money we want to put behind you to help you achieve this. So it's at a high level, you know what you want. You understand?
Yeah.
Yeah, at a high level, that's a charter. And they've appointed him as what? The guy to continue with what? The work of coaching Real Madrid, for instance. Make sense? Now, don't forget, they've also given him a budget that we can give you this amount of money this year to go and do this thing. We need this thing done this way. Now, he will now, first and foremost, he has a team already, because sometimes they appoint you with your team, but sometimes he will look out around him and say, I need to reinforce the back line. I need to refresh the midlines, or I need to reinforce the front line. Makes sense now? Now, he tinkers with the team. Sometimes, okay, in an office setting now, when you are in charge of a project, they might give you 2 or 3 persons to work with you. They will call you chairman of the board. They will say they'll give you a secretary, and then they will give you maybe a treasurer. They could be appointed alongside with you. But you can actually write to your boss and say, I need this person, Taiwo. I need Adekunle. I need Abdulamin. I want all these people to join in this project because I know they have the expertise and the skill. What you are doing is you're trying to build a team.
Okay.
To help you succeed. Does it make sense now?
Yeah.
And that team now, you're doing it locally now. So now you actually write for a fresh employment. Because nobody in the organization has the team you want. Okay, has the skill set, sorry, don't get me wrong, that you want. Guys, are we up to date on this point now?
Yes.
Okay.
If you understand this journey, any question that comes in an exam about initiation, you would dust it without blinking an eye. So straightforward. All right, let's go to the next part of it. So the journey starts from here. Build a team. And you're not just building a team, friends, you're building a high performance team. You know, there are some fake teams that you build and you struggle all through the project. So we're not trying to help you to be what and have a mediocre with a fake team. No. We want you to excel, hit the roof, go out of the roof, hit the clouds, get beyond the clouds, hit the skies, get beyond the skies. Wherever you end, somewhere there is fine.
Hit heaven.
Each heavens. Okay. All right. So we want you to build a high performance team. All right. How do you build a high performance team? The very first key step to building a high performance team is that you must understand the skill gaps. What are the skill gaps that I have at the moment? If you don't understand the skill gap, you are going to bring people of the same mold back into the organization. And that way, you are not helping the team because no progress. same old, same old. Perhaps they might even come and start striving, looking for who, I want to take your own position. No, because he's not bringing any new value. It's the same value. So one person might become a laggard, while one person works all the work, or two of them will now be giving out outputs at a low quality. Identify the skill gaps. The next big thing in building a team is establish what you call considerations and continuity needs. Now, because we all are from different industries, I still often like to stay with sports, because in sports, it's easy to explain for everyone to be able to have an insight into the organization. Now, recently, follow the story, but if the story bores you, draw my attention, I'll stop using sports and try to go back to real office settings. Recently, a particular sports club has someone there who is in his 30s. And they were considering buying another person who is about 27, who is one of the same mold with the person in his early 30s. Now, there were arguments for and against this person. They want this person to be on the bench, the one they're buying, because the guy in his 30s is still in his prime. He's doing excellently well for the club. But they had to stop. They're saying, no, if you buy a 27-year-old, by the time we will really need him, when this other guy has fallen off his prime, this guy would also be falling off his own prime. We need a younger person. You see, that's thinking about continuity needs. Now, go back to the workplace.
Manchester fan.
You say?
Manchester United fan.
You mean me?
Yes, no.
Don't ever try to guess me, you will fail.
That's Ronaldo's classic example, Ali.
No, the example is actually not really Manchester fan. It's not really a Manchester example, really.
Oh, okay.
It happens really everywhere, you know?
Okay.
Yeah, it happens everywhere. So if you try to guess me, you lose. I can tell you where I belong, but you won't guess it. Okay, now, here is where it gets interesting. That's continuity needs. Go back to the workplace. Do you have, if your mason, in those in construction, if your mason falls ill, do you have someone that can immediately deputize without the work failing? Do you have that mix and match? It could be that the guy who is going to deputize is a plumber, but he also has a very good masonry skill. So if we can convert him, you see the game now, he's specialist as a plumber, but he's done some years of what masonry, if those words are correct. So can we make him come and cover for us? So that's, you call it consideration needs also. So that's why you see in employment, there is a specialist skill, which is the depth of skill set that what we really require from you. Then there is a generalist skill. The interesting part is this. Some of the generalist skill may not necessarily be what? Technical skills. They could be management skills. Let's say, for example, if I were in construction and I wanted to take someone in what? A mason. Now, I would also be looking for a leader. Why? Because on site, masons are like the senior people. I think I'm right?
Yeah.
Okay, they're like the senior people. So I'll be looking for someone that has some leadership qualities that can coordinate the team if I'm not around. Someone with a depth of experience. You know,
You're still hanging on.
I'm still hanging.
Yes, sir.
Jesus, what's happening with the network today now?
I mean, is it
No, I think it's clear, or maybe it's your network.
only me?
I hear him clear. I don't know.
Maybe it's mine.
Okay, I hope it's yours, Mark. Okay. So let's keep going. Let's keep the driving together. So you see, those generalist consideration is done for a reason, to support us when there may be skill gaps. Yves, what's your area? Because I like to use things that cuts across everyone. Chinwe, what's your area? Koblan, we didn't get to discuss your area. So what's your area? Where do you work? What do you do?
Okay, my name is Chinwe.
Yeah.
I work with the Red Cross, and my specialty is public health.
Public health, awesome, Chinwe.
Yeah.
So you were here when we talked about your Bill and Melinda Gates handling pandemics and viruses.
Yeah, so basically what I do is just to manage projects, and I think manage projects and programs.
And programs. All right, cool. So we will try to use examples that fit your own areas too. Yves, am I not pronouncing the name? How do you pronounce your name? Yves. Yves. Is it Yves?
Yves.
Kwasi. Kwasi? Is it there at all? Okay. Pembury. Pembury.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Kwasi, how do you pronounce the name? Yves or?
Yes, it's Eve, like Adam and Eve. Eve.
Oh, don't give us an apple, please. Please. Okay. What's your area?
My area is energy. I work for West African Power Group.
Okay, West African Power.
Yeah.
Okay, where is that?
The headquarters is in Benin, but we have a project now to create a line and substation between Nigeria, Niger, Benin, and Burkina Faso.
You're still back to this Niger issue again. I wouldn't comment.
Hope we are not buying another set of vehicle.
Okay, Pembury.
Yeah,
Let's
construction.
Construction.
Yeah, construction. Yeah, manage
Okay,
projects, construction projects.
I think I have one development partner here. I have an energy partner, and the rest are in construction. So, okay, that's fine. I want to just know your discipline so I'm able to work with you through this. All right, cool. Now, the last part is, it gets interesting. You've gotten the right set of people, but you don't have adequate physical equipment for them to use. Take, for instance, the best way I like to explain this is, have you ever been employed before or gone to a function and you did not have a seat to sit or a computer to use in your office or a seat that it's, we are all different folks. There are some seats you might give somebody my seat. There are some, if you give it to me, I might not like it. It's not because I'm proud. I just feel I can't sit in that environment. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. It's not about pride. It's just about who you think, what you think about yourself, and what you feel safe about yourself. Does it make sense, guys?
Yep.
Now, have you ever had an experience like that? You went to a place and you didn't get maybe the adequate resource, like a seat to sit, a place to rest or something. Have you ever been there before?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, cool. That thing can destabilize you. Like you go to the office, you don't have a laptop. You don't have a table for you. So you have to move from one person's seat to another. They will come and say, stand up, let me sit first. Maybe it was your first week in the office. That thing can be very destabilizing. Your productivity will actually also not be very good. If it has not happened to you, I'm sure you've witnessed it happen to someone junior to you. Maybe a core member serving in your office. You may have seen that kind of experience. Now, before you bring people in, provide the adequate resource for them to function. If not, most of their man hours will be wasted. Skill gaps, considerations, and then the resource. Please don't forget the T-shaped idea. Specialist is what you look for. However, think broadly. Where else can they bring their complementary skills to help the organization get ahead? Now, project resource management includes, so the whole of what we've explained is called project resource management, and it includes the process to what? Identify, acquire, and manage human resources needed to successfully complete the project. How do you manage? When you start tracking teams' performance, we will get into that. And measuring the performance, we're trying to manage. Now, the team, who are teams? Your team is a set of individuals who support the PM, that's you, in performing the work of the project to meet its objectives. Make sense? Okay. We're moving. Please call my attention when you think I've moved faster than I should. Now, an interesting thing, friends, is you have your team, which is most time as a PM, your mind is always on your team, my team, and all that. But also, do not lose sight that you have another team. For instance, back to sports again now. You have the guys playing 11 in a football match, for instance. It could be different for hockey, for cricket, and all that, or for a relay race. Now, that's your team, Abi. But there is other teams. The fans are another set of teams you have. Imagine during COVID, that's when you really knew who was the team. You know, you did not have the fans shouting for them. You know, so what really happened is that the team's competencies really came out. If you were good, you were good. If you were motivated, you were motivated. Now, so don't undermine the power of your other team, which is stakeholders. Who are these stakeholders, or who are stakeholders? These are people. Now, these are also organizations. Now, you're asking people, organizations. People in the funds are your other team. Get it? Now, think about it this way. Every of the teams you see in professional leagues, whatever sports you call them, everybody you often see in professional leagues are sponsored. If you are into Formula One, you have Mercedes-Benz, you have Red Bull, and all the likes. They are sponsored. Organizations sponsor them. For football, you often see Gazprom on some t-shirts. Sometimes you see Chevrolet. Sometimes you see E3. You know, those are organizations. You may think these organizations just sponsor them just to have their name on your t-shirt. Not really. Not really. They also make money from you. So winning a match is also you promoting those organizations. Yeah. Okay. So people or organizations whose interest may be negatively or positively affected or can affect the project. So they can affect the project or be affected. They can affect the project or they can be affected by the project or by the processes of the project. Wilson, what did he say? Wilson, are you okay? Okay.
Yes. No.
All right, cool. Now,
I thought I was on mute.
all right, cool. Now, the people can affect the project. And when I mean they can affect you negatively, they can affect you positively. Likewise, they themselves can be affected. Now, let's have a quick look. Who are our stakeholders? Customers. Your customers. Employees. So you see the smaller team comes in there now. You see the smaller team, guys, employees, your team. They are all part of your stakeholders. If you win, they're happy. If you lose, they're sad. Investors. We touched on that. MPs. What are MPs? Members of parliament. The media. Contractors. Suppliers. Local authorities. Community groups. Environmental partners and regulators. The first question that might jump into your heart is like, how will environmental partners become part of my stakeholders? I don't know if you guys are aware about a particular guy who did campaigns against Nestle in Malaysia. About Nestle, particularly the product called Milo. Now, Milo is portrayed as a healthy food that gives your children energy. However, Milo has a lot of sugar. And if you understand how sugar works, for those who are in public health, Chinwe, this will relate with you a whole lot more. It gives you what they call a sugar boost, and then saps out, dehydrates you, and saps out the whole thing. So it gives children a wrong growth pattern. Now, the guy actually went on a campaign to show the yields of Nestle and their product Milo. Instantly, in less than 3 months, the profit lines of Nestle dropped drastically in Malaysia and across the most part of the Southern Asia. Why am I saying this? You need to know how to manage your stakeholders. I'm sure if when that guy had written to Nestle had listened to him, they felt he was inconsequential. Who is he? When that guy began his campaign, the effect was wild. All right, so what do we do with these stakeholders? Who wants to help us read these things? Who wants to help us read?
Okay,
I like volunteer readers. All right, thank you.
The first one, list all stakeholders by name. This can include individuals as well as groups.
Go ahead, read everything.
Everything, okay. Determine all the stakeholders' requirements and expectations. 3, determine stakeholders' interest in being involved in the project and in the outcomes of the project. 4, determine stakeholders' level of influence on the project. Get stakeholders to sign off the requirements are finalized. Assess stakeholders' knowledge and skills and make the best use of their expertise. Analyze the project to evaluate whether the stakeholders' needs will be met. Let stakeholders know which requirements will be met, which requirements and expectations will not be met, and why. Manage and influence stakeholders' involvement, engagement, and expectations. Communicate to stakeholders what they need to know, when and how they require. Engage stakeholders in demonstrations of increment of products or service built to date. Ensure a shared understanding of the project objectives, goals, deliverables, work and acceptance criteria. Ask stakeholders to let you know about problems in project communications and relationships. And lastly, frequently discuss with stakeholders what's done looks like.
Oh, amazing. Thank you very much, guys. Okay. It said frequently discuss with stakeholders what done looks like. I want to ask, did you guys follow the steps of the reading, how you identify your stakeholders? Guys, did you follow the trend? Okay,
Yes.
I hope I'm not speaking to a quiet class.
No.
I like to engage. I'm sure we're together on the same page. Okay.
Yes, we are together.
All right, cool. I want to believe you followed. This is the things you're reading. Please, everything we're saying, I'm using stories to help you soak them in. If you can relate with these things in your day-to-day work, you will be able to write your exams without any stress. Because the exam is not testing you, it's A equals to B. I don't know if you've seen any of the exam questions. I'd ask Esther to share them with you today. Try some of them. You will see that they don't test you particularly for, like the one I shared with you earlier. It wasn't testing you for is A equals to B. It's testing how you can digest and translate the question and get the answer. So please try to just soak it in as much as you can. And then if you have questions, ask me. I'm happy to stop by an answer. Now, where are we? We're in building high performance team. But guys, please don't forget that you have two teams, the direct one you're working with and your external team of stakeholders, or your broader, I mean, not say what's external. Let's use the word a broader team of stakeholders. You already know what your team is, but you may not know what your stakeholder needs are. So you have to sit down while you are also recruiting for your team based on needs. You need to also sit down and ask yourself, who are my stakeholders? This process is called stakeholder identification, and the tools and techniques you're going to use to do that. Now, the tools and techniques to identify stakeholders is expert judgments. That's the very first one. You're going to find the word expert judgment repeating itself a lot in project management. And in your different, what do you call it? In your different walks of life, you will realize that in managing projects, expert judgment is a very big deal. So likewise in the exam, it's a big deal. Why is it a big deal? I just appointed me now. So Chinwe, what project are you currently handling, Chinwe?
Yeah, I'm currently managing the healthcare in danger.
Healthcare.
Basically what we do is advocacy, rallies, sensitization trainings.
Okay.
And other things, yeah.
All right, hold your thoughts there, Chinwe. So Chinwe is currently handling healthcare and data, sensitization talks and all that. Let's say she's coming from managing tuberculosis, her portfolio. She's been brought into what? Doing sensitization talks. The first thing I would have done if I were her is to ask the person that was there already, who are my stakeholders? Who am I here for? And who are those that can influence or what frustrate my life in this place? That's expert judgment. That person will what? Give you insight. Now, Chinwe goes to Kuchingoro to go and do the same, one of the sensitization projects. The first thing she's going to ask, excuse me, is who are the stakeholders, excuse me, in Kuchingoro. And she will take her time to understand them before she can deploy a project in their locality. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask a question.
Please ask. All right, ask.
Paraventure, you are using Chinwe now. Eh?
Yeah.
Paraventure, this is a fresh start. She doesn't have anybody to ask.
Good. The good thing, Mark, is nothing is entirely fresh.
Yes.
Everything is built on something. You get. Okay. So no matter how fresh it is, there is some, you will pick notes from somewhere. You understand?
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, you pick note from someone, somewhere, somehow. Yeah. So pick as much as you can pick, then go to the next level, data gathering. It's on you now. You see, the first time Chinwe came on board, what did she do? She asked her superior or the person that handed over to her. The next one she does now is she goes to the locality that she has programs in, to go and have conversations with people. What is she doing? Data gathering. She can go about this using questionnaires or using surveys. She can go about this using brainstorming, going to one-on-one interviews. Now, the next thing that she does is analyze the data. She's gotten so much information. And when we say analyze data, it doesn't necessarily mean it has to always be for a data analyst. No, every one of us are analysts in our own walks of life. We analyze situations. So you analyze the data that you've gathered about stakeholders to see who are the most important, who are not the most important. You put things to perspectives. Now, when you do that, one of the tools that you can use to analyze data is what you call a two-dimensional grid. Another one is called the direction of influence. And then the last way you can identify stakeholders is through meetings. So let's say that this is a meeting that we are here. And in this meeting, I can start asking you guys questions. Who do you think is the highest stakeholder that we should be taking note of as we engage in this or that or these projects? Does it make sense? All of you will come up with Mr. A, Mr. B, this organization, this company. Pembury, can you mute this thing for us? Okay. So during meetings, everybody will bring in their quotas and we can build a stakeholder list. Now, the stakeholder list that you are putting together is called a stakeholder register. And what is a stakeholder register? It looks like this. It could be broader than this. The name of the person or the organization, because sometimes it may not be a person, it could be an organization. The role of that person in the project, what that person requires from us. What are the person's expectations? Does the person have a major influence? In this regard, what are the person's interests? Like if it's an environmental partner, there will be community-based people. They always want healthier economies, healthier communities. Is a person an internal or an external stakeholder? In every organization, you're running a project, and a stakeholder could be internal because they work in the same organization with you. And they could also be completely external, like the media houses. Supporter, yes or no? Does he support the project or is he against the project? I hope that makes sense. So you have to list these. Now, for your exams, remember that the details, the way when you identify stakeholder, you must capture them in detail in a stakeholder register. Interestingly, there are other things that comes into this register. Later on, you will find out that even what you call the communication requirements of a stakeholder should come into this register, which is how many times do they want me to communicate with them? What's the channel that they want me to communicate with them? We'll get to find that out later too. All right. A good engagement tool when it comes to your team and with some stakeholders is what you we call the RACI chart. RACI chart. For those of you also looking out for in practice, this is a very good tool that helps you to become very efficient. What does the RACI chart talks about? It talks about the responsible, accountable, consulted, informed. Now, in creating blueprints, who is responsible for it? Who should be held accountable for it? Who should be consulted about what should be done? And who should be informed? In creating the blueprints, the best person, in this case now, we're building a manufacturing warehouse. This is for a manufacturing warehouse. And no other person should be responsible than the engineering manager himself, because he is the one who understands the engineering around the warehouse. He is the first, he must be responsible for it. However, when we want to bang someone's head, we will bang the project manager. He's the one to be held accountable. So he is the one who should be pressing the neck of the engineering manager and say, get this done. Come, let's discuss it. Let's discuss it. The person that comes to tell us, give us feedback, is the PM. So during MPRs or monthly review sessions, is the PM we're going to be fighting with. However, he himself needs to go and slug it out with the engineering manager to get us a decent blueprint. Now, but while the engineering manager is building that stuff, the construction blueprint, he needs to also remember that he must consult, he must take his redesigns back to back with the quality assurance manager. Why? The guy has quality in his head. So when he sees any haphazard design, he'll be like, no, we can't let that fly. Change this, change this. Likewise, the manufacturing manager should also be carried along. Why? He's the end user of this product. So if whatever you build does not end up serving the end user, it's a failed project already. So you must consult with these people. I hope that's the story. You understand the story very well. Hello?
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, same thing runs across every other KPI. So in the exam and in your practice, it is good practice, particularly to have a RACI chart around the team. Everyone knows who they consult, who is responsible, and that way, it just helps to give the journey map. Okay. Now, the flow of activities within the resource. So we've done a detailed study about what we do with how you identify your stakeholders, who stakeholders are, how you capture them, and how you can actually engage with them using a few tools. Now let's come a bit back to the team you have. This is your team now, your direct team. We're getting noise from somewhere. Do you want to put yourself on mute, particularly if you have noise? I don't mind you speaking because I like to engage. Chinwe, are you raising your hands? Chinwe, are you raising your hands?
No, it's an old one. Let me raise it down.
Okay. Okay, cool. Now let's go back to pre-assignment tools. So we're going to build from one step to the other. The very first thing before you bring in a team, or in bringing in a team, is attitudinal surveys. So, those sometimes, do you know the 16 personality tests? Guys, do you know the Myers test, personality test? Do you know it? Let me read it for you.
I don't.
Okay, you can explore it. Let me see. Have you heard about anyone has heard about this? Myers personality tests. Anyone heard about this?
No.
Okay, that's fine. All right. The personality test kind of tests about, okay, but you've heard about what they call temperaments, have you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have the sanguine, you have the cholerics, you have those. Yes. Now, good. Those are personality tests. The Myers personality test is a bigger form of personality test. It divides humans into 16 facets. You have a few of them, ENTJs.
Oh, I know it.
INNT, there's a lot really. Yeah. So now you can actually go check them at your own time. Now, these are trying to check what's this person's attitude, his personality. It's like a personality test. Most time when you're going to work for organizations, the first thing they're looking for is personality. You know, that kind of thing. How are you? Do you have the flair for the project? Do you understand? There are different roles. There's some roles you will never fit in, no matter how intelligent you are. It's not because you're not intelligent, you're very smart, but you will never fit into those roles. Well, it's not your person, you know? So that's the first step. Then you now go into what? Specific requirements. It's not the other way around. You don't go to specific requirement first, but now you look at first personality, because if you can't fit, you won't even thrive, you know? Specific requirements. Okay, does he have the specific requirements that we need for this project? Maybe he does, maybe he does not, okay. Then you're now going to having structured interviews about one-to-one, getting to know the person and what ability test, and then you have a focus group. People might now sit in the last board for his last interview. We're trying to acquire a new team now. So let's keep going. After you have acquired the person, you now assign the person to a responsibility. Now you tailor according to team needs. So you got 10 people, you now tailor them according to the team needs, hoping that when you were recruiting, you recruited in line with what team needs, first and foremost. Now you consider what? Technical, and also you consider what? Soft factors. I think we touched on that earlier, that you have to consider both technical and soft factors, like leadership. I think we touched on that earlier. Experience, knowledge. Now, if I were to build a Burj Khalifa in Nigeria, and then I meet with Mark, I meet with Hassan, and I think the other person, Praise, those who are into construction. I think Pembury is also into construction. So I meet with 4 of them. You know, I'm going to be looking for someone who has had experience, even if not with a 99-story building, but at least with a 5, 10, 20, 15, 30. A person with the highest experience, maybe someone with like maybe 10, 15, 20, will resonate with me more than a person who has done only like 2 or 3 or 4 or 5. Makes sense?
Bungalow.
Or a bungalow, yes. So that's exactly experience. It's things that you look out for. Now, There are different dynamics, but I wouldn't want to go into much of it right now because tomorrow we'll spend time looking at methodologies of project management. But just so that I don't completely leave you without direction on what I wrote here, it's what you call agile and traditional. What is agile? What is traditional? There are two ways primarily projects are done. However, there is a third way, which is a hybrid model. If you've done your first degree, you remember when in your project in chapter 3, you talked about methodology. Methodology says the way things are done. Simple. Now, the way things are done in project management are of two ways. The first being agile, the second being traditional, and then the third being what? And then the third being a hybrid of the two. Are you there?
Yes.
Cool. Now, what is agile? What is traditional? What is hybrid? Agile. The best way I can explain agile to you is a project that the people that you are constantly changing. Let's not even go too far to think about this answer. First and foremost, think about designing a software. If you've ever seen softwares are constantly changing every day. So, and it's not like it will stop. It's still running, but it just here updates. Why? Most times because the needs of people are changing. So the company is improving the software to support needs. Now, because of that, there is a constant collaboration between the customer and the PM to add value every time. Now, but think of a house. Houses don't change every day. You can't just make changes to houses like that. Before you start building a house, you should have spent time and planned the house literally from start to finish. So when you are now dealing with the house or building the house, what you are actually doing in essence is you are executing the house in line with plan. In line with plan. Now, what is the problem with doing things in line with plan? The problem of doing things in line with plan means that you are not flexible to change. Whereas in the other one, you are very flexible to change. Does that make sense? Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so
Yeah.
the big deal about Agile, which we're going to spend the time tomorrow, is that Agile is a very flexible methodology, meaning you can call the guy, you can call your web designer tomorrow and tell him, please change this, and he will change. But you cannot call your house builder tomorrow and say, please change this, he will change, he won't. Because your change might affect the structural pattern of that house. So that's so things like what? Major projects that have major deliverables like that, like flying to the moon, going to the moon, you cannot really run them on Agile. They have to be what? Traditional based. However, there is an interplay of two, which is where you come up with what you call the hybrid. A hybrid. So like in buildings today, the client can call you to make some changes. Unlike in the past, you just follow it from start to finish. However, those changes will not be as easy as they will be when it comes to Agile. So that's a hybrid. I hope that makes sense.
Yep.
Cool.
Sorry,
Now,
sorry,
yes.
a little bit of elaboration on the hybrid, please.
Okay, the hybrid is a mix. Now, it's a mix of two worlds in the same world. Like even in construction these days, while you are building, they can call you and say, can we change the roof from normal roofs to long spans or whatever?
Long
Aluminum.
span.
Yeah. You see?
Exactly. That gets me
Yeah.
thinking. So it means you could either classify construction project as either hybrid or traditional, because you can make flexible changes while the construction work is ongoing.
Yes, you
No,
can.
even after completion, you could still do it, even after completion.
I
To a
like the
certain
word you
level.
use, flexible changes, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's why I said it's actually a traditional project, but can be made a bit of hybrid, but can never be an Agile. Now, the other thing you need to know about Agile that will help your understanding is that in traditional, the output or the product or the service comes at the end of the project. Do you get the picture?
No.
So the house is the output here in traditional. You can only get the house at the end of the project. You can't get it earlier. Does it make sense?
Yes.
However, with softwares, it's different. Why is it different? You can actually start getting value from the first iteration. So let's think about Jumia. Jumia just marked 20 years. Someone in this class could have been using Jumia for the last 10 or 15 years. Now, if you've not used Jumia, you may have used Amazon, eBay, and all that. Now, one of the things you would realize is that it's not the same interfaces that Amazon had 10 years ago or Jumia had 10 years ago that Jumia currently has right now.
So
They've added value.
As deliver the same service.
Yeah, the same set. No, they've added some more services, amazingly.
Even iPhone.
You see?
iPhone and Samsung.
iPhones and Samsung.
I said iPhone and Samsung.
That's also a good example. I want to use ones that comes with incremental steps, but I can still use that one. You are still very correct. Like the iPhone 4, the iPhone 5. Those are each iteration a new product. Each iteration a new product. Each iteration a new product. Make sense?
So safely they are agile.
I would argue I would say absolutely that's an agile system. Apple is an agile system. Yes, because they come up with each iteration new products. Unlike for iterations for predictive, where at the end of the day they give you one house. The other one they're giving you value on value on value on value on value.
I think the operating system should be the agile, not the product itself.
Okay.
You are still not wrong. You are absolutely still correct. That was why I stuck with softwares. But when you want to look at it in a product sense, I was like, let's let it go. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Now let's keep going. However, since you in this regard, they could be correct too. You know, if we live in a first world country, you can take your iPhone 4, go in when iPhone 5 is released, make an exchange in the Apple shop, get the other one, and then you keep going that way forever. Yes. So in that sense too, it's still agile because it's still an incremental value for you. Hope that makes sense.
Yes.
Okay.
Question.
Now, Go, please ask.
Apart from building, construction, which other projects can you call traditional?
All right, praise. Let's go to space. If you follow the space industry, there is these two companies that are making the waves in that area. What's the other guy called? The blue, SpaceX and the blue.
Elon Musk.
Elon Musk.
Elon Musk is SpaceX. What's this guy's company called? Amazon, Jeff Bezos.
Jeff
Blue
Bezos.
something. Yeah, blue something. Okay, you can check it out at your time. You have the SpaceX and the blue guy, Jeff Bezos and company. Now, if you're going to go to space or you're sending a rocket to space, you have to use, most times they use a language called C++ or C, sorry, not C++. That's the key language in this kind of environment. Why is that? Why did they even use those kind of languages? It's because it's everything is timed to the later. Everything timed to the later. They plan it. 1 second less, you can kill somebody. You get the picture? Same thing too, flying. You don't fly with style. You don't call your pilot and say wave to the right, wave to the left. No. There is a modus operandi for planning, for flying. You follow it strictly. You mess around there, the next is testimonies in church. So when things are like that, apart from construction, those are very traditional systems. You don't joke with them. So, okay. Another one could be even healthcare. You can't be having a surgery and be telling the doctor, no, cut it to the left, cut it to the right. Now, okay, shut up, lie down here quietly and let's do our job. And they follow, before they even go into a surgery, it's a planned out action, reviews on reviews, scans on scans, details on details. By the time I'm going to be cutting here, nurse are going to be holding this place. By the time I'm holding this, we are releasing this place. Any bridges is story. Those are very predictive systems. You know what you are there for. You are trained for it. You prepare for it. Sometimes you can go for a surgery. They will tell you to wait for another 3 to 6 months so that they can all get the doctor that will do it to study that surgery, to study that system, to be on the same page. They can even bring them and convene them in the same location for like 1 or 2 weeks, sometimes for months, just for one surgery. I don't know if you followed the story of conjoined twins in the head that were recently separated. You follow that story. Those are projects that are very predictive. They will bring in those doctors. They could stay together for 3 months. Back to back notes. No, if you put it here, this artery will be gone. This other artery is here. The veins here will go here. We need to make sure that we avoid that. Do you agree with me? No. They plan it to, they even draw diagrams first before they start the cutting. They model it virtually, come up with the answers virtually. So when they are going in there, they are going exactly as they said they will do. Okay. So that's exactly the journey. Now,
so can I say something?
Please.
What of the development projects? Before this, I was thinking maybe our development projects falls under hybrid. But with this explanation, I'm thinking it's just predictive.
Okay.
That's traditional.
Because, yes, traditional rather. So because most times our scope is usually definite and our methodology is also it's also fixed. But along the line, while executing the project, some things could come to play and you just need to have 1 or 2 change. So I don't know.
Interesting.
Where that falls into.
My first question with you will be, do you create incremental products, or is one product at the end of the project?
No, usually we have some set of objectives and goals that we have to meet, and some set of targets. We just have targets. Maybe you have to reach so number of persons within a specified time.
Yeah.
So
But
we
you
don't
follow a plan, Abby?
Yes, we follow a fixed scope and a fixed objective and methodology.
You are actually running a predictive system.
Okay.
Yes.
That's a traditional system.
Traditional system.
So very traditional.
The process may change, but the outcome, the target, the goal
is very traditional. However, we could argue you for a hybrid, because someone can just come and say, okay, but for this particular community, I know them very well. Maybe when you want to introduce them, introduce in this manner. Do you understand?
Yeah.
But you go towards predictive more than you go towards agile. Because agile, one of the key things again about agile is that you have a motivated team. Let me tell you a very good example of agile. You know those your Parapor meetings that you normally go to, Parapor meetings, or church, or mosque, or those village meetings, and yeah. Most times they will be like maybe in church or in the mosque or in Parapor meetings. Parapor, I don't know if that's a good lingua, but village meetings, community meetings. Somebody could just say, we will need drinks for the occasion. One person will just stand up and say, I will give it. Are you getting me?
Yeah.
That's a motivated team. Are you there? You don't find that in the workplace, or in most workplaces. In most workplaces, when you say we will give drinks, everybody will just keep quiet and waiting for who will say I will give it. Does it make sense now? Why do they all keep quiet and wait for who will say I will give it? Because they're not naturally motivated. But in agile, people are very motivated. They are always willing to what is the work we are doing? Let me do. You know, you're looking at, is this the work they do? This is the work they do. But if everybody has a clear-cut function, it might not necessarily be an agile team. It's more of a planned system. But since you can make a little adjustments here or there, to be fair, in the world that we've all come to, it's really hard to say anything is traditional forever. Are you getting me? These days, we are more of hybrids than traditional. So I would say that we've come into a world that is more agile and hybrid rather than agile and traditional. Because if in these days you're allowed to make some level of flexibility to the scope of work and your process. So Chinwe, I think you will be on the hybrid side.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so when you have assigned project responsibility, the next thing you are going to give attention to is you have to give attention to assigning of resources. I think we touched on this earlier when we said that if you don't have the right resources, it might affect your performance. Now, the last thing you're going to have to pay attention to is what? Team appraisal. So I've brought you in, I've given you the work to do, I've given you the appropriate resource to do it. I need to appraise you. Because it is said that whatever you don't measure will not grow. I hope you all know that. Whatever you don't measure will not grow. So you must take the pains to measure people if you want them to grow. Now, some considerations in building a team. Nurture team's performance. How do you nurture team's performance? Train and coach people. Identify gaps in people. So even when you have recruited people and you feel you've gotten the best of team, you still need to be on the lookout. Perhaps, peradventure, they don't really have what they said they would have. I saw a post recently, a HR was saying that on the guy's CV, he has 5 million things that he can do. Then they employed him on the first week at the job. He was asking, so how do you do this? But this was something that was on his CV, you know? So, and they were able to woo you, and you've signed a contract with them. And the very first week they said, so how do you do this? And you're now wondering, but you said you do this. You get the picture. So even when they say they can do something, you need to handhold people, train them so that they can gain mastery in whatever they said they're going to do. That way you're nurturing team's performance. The next one you need to do to help to nurture team's performance is to give them new and better resources. You know, you don't send them to Sambisa with handmade guns, you know, just me thinking out loud, you know. So additional customer engagement to gather data. So also ask questions, where are we not getting it right? You understand? And then optimize the flow to get it right. Now, something that you're going to find big on your exams, something you need to take forward, is the issue of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Those in development will know this because it's a very big thing for them these days. You can't talk without bringing in this issue. Sometimes if you are around them, they make you feel as if you are very biased, that they are the only friendly people in the world. But however, Chinwe, spare us, allow us to be who we are for today. So diversity is the issue of the fact that people from all cultures, people from all genders, physical ability, and language exist. Now, when you are approaching your exams, if you see any questions that leaves the nuance that you are being segregative about a particular gender, maybe they said, let me give you a very funny one. It doesn't necessarily mean I'm correct, but just for the use case in this regard. So they said there were three engineers were appointed in a building, a high-rise building, one of which was a lady. You understand? And then they try to say things about the lady that looked a bit bad and ask for your opinion. You shouldn't go for that opinion because it's not correct. Being a lady does not mean she will be a failure as an engineer. No, that's a gender bias. So you need to be careful not to hit those knots. If not, you lose out of the question. So be accommodative of cultures. Now, the setting in which PMI was done is in the US. You and I know that the US is the biggest economy when it comes to what? Multiracial inclusion. People from all areas of the world live in the US. Everywhere in the world live in the US, you know? So it's not traditional like what we have back home, where we can live in Nigeria for about 60 years or even more and not really interact with someone from another tribe if you're really living in some areas, you know? So now it's set in an area like that. And because of that, you need to be aware about gender issues, culture issues, religious issues. Another one could be, let's use something very traditional to us. So you are in a project and you know that the Muslims pray about 1 o'clock every day in the afternoon. And you are in a project and you insist nobody prays in that project. Everybody works from 9 to 5. You are going to have a problem in that project. It won't take long. It won't take long. Why? You have actually disrespected another religion's practice. You know, you're going to have a problem there very soon. So that's something you need to take seriously. I think recently we had back-to-back issues around religion issues in Nigeria. There was the one by Sterling Bank, when Sterling Bank used something very wrong about the Christian sect. And then I think you guys followed that issue.
During Easter.
Yeah, during Easter, yeah. And I think they said like I could get bread, he rose. There was a lot of backlash on that issue. And the recent one again with a party and priest and all that. The last one was the Deborah Samuel issue in Sokoto. You know, you need to be aware about these things and avoid them. Stay neutral. It keeps you better. It keeps the project more friendly. People know you accommodate them and they can thrive in your project. All right. So create an environment that allows for what? Mutual trust. People can trust you. People can feel at home with you. You're not biased to any side, male, female, culture or gender, nothing. You're just about the work. You resolve issues based on the work, not based on your tribe or based on the work. That's where you are going to be able to build a productive team, you know. Empower people. Sometimes because you realize that there is a voice, there is no strong voice from another tribe, you can actually make him a team lead in a project, just to representation. It helps to even create a balance around your stakeholders. That's so be aware of these things as you approach your exam, and even as you manage projects, that there are sometimes the person doesn't need to be a strong, skilled person, but for the power of representation, you can bring someone into a team just for that reason. All right, let's do this.
Let's do this.
Okay, some considerations again you must keep in the place of as you do this job. Rates. You will negotiate for rates with people. Yes, you will. That's your work as a PM. You're building a team, you have to negotiate for rates. But there are ways by which you negotiate for rates. Now, you're doing your job now, you want to practice with the skill set. Copy this area, put it in your wallet. You will need this every day. You negotiate rates based on a few things. One, project requirement. If the project says they need someone from the US, you have to pay him US rates. Even though he lives in the US, if he's coming down to work for you or working for you virtually, you have to still pay him US rates. Availability, how available he is. Is he working 8 to 5 with you? You will pay him for 8 to 5. If he's working for 8 to 12 with you, pay him for 8 to 12. If he's working for 8 to, so you must consider people's availability when you are negotiating rates. Now, allow me to say this, it's gonna be a bit funny, but I think employers in this part of the world have not started embracing the fact that you need to pay people for their time. They still always ask you to give more and give more and give more. So for instance, you're working for someone for 8 to 5. Sometimes even they stretch you even into 6. And they realize they forget, on Saturdays, they're still calling you for work-related issues. However, they are not paying you anything extra for those services. I hope you know it's wrong. Now I'm saying to you because you're going to go and practice in this sector. So it's actually wrong. You must pay for time. Why? You are eating up the person's whole life and you are not ready to compensate for it. It shouldn't be. So also join me and be good advocates for the workplace cultures in this part of the world. For knowledge, you see, what I can do in 2 hours, another person will do it in 4 hours. Why? Because I understand that thing so well, and I can do it in 2 hours. You wouldn't pay me less for what I did for 2 hours, what I did for 2 hours. No, you wouldn't do that. Why wouldn't you do that? Because, okay, go give the person that will do for 4 hours for you. That's fine. So for knowledge, for skill sets. Then the next one you might not appreciate is you pay for attitude too. If someone is exceedingly nice, helpful to the team, that person needs a raise. He's always available to help others find their way. Then the last one is what you call the regional and linguistic representation. Now, if you want someone to be there to give that presence of Okay, let me give you a good example. Recently, I was supposed to be on a project, but I didn't have very good Chinese. My Mandarin is not very good. It's very poor, very backward. So they asked me to come around and train in Mandarin. Now, I couldn't deliver the training in Mandarin very well, but if I could, I was supposed to earn $10 extra from every other person. Why? Because of what? Linguistic representation. And I hope that makes sense to you. Being able to use a language that was not commonly available for someone to use in that particular training. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
All right. So that's rate. So these are the things by which you make what you define your rates around. Okay. The next thing that you need to remember when you are building a high performance team is the fact that you are going to have virtual team considerations. Why do you even bring in virtual teams? When you don't have the skill in-house, that's the first key reason why you bring in a virtual team. You don't have the skill in-house. Secondly, you cannot afford to pay for relocation expenses. Imagine they need someone right now in Poland and they cannot afford to pay the team's your relocation because it's a big deal to bring you from here to Poland. And then they're gonna still have to, if you're a family person, they're gonna bring both you and the entire your family to Poland. So what do? Let's bring you on virtually. Now, you can afford to pay for that. Now, another reason why you could use virtual team, cost factor. For instance, if there is a project in Europe and the European price there is $100, but someone in Pakistan, in Nigeria, in Bangladesh, or around Africa can take about $50 to $60. They'll bring you up on virtually because you still will do the same job and decently. That's fine. Cost considerations. So now, when you have been able to get a virtual team person, the onus is on you as a PM to make sure that they have the right environment to be at their best. How do you do that? You must clearly share with them what is the goal of the project. Clearly define the goals and the purpose of the project. Let them be able to buy into every bit and details. Clarify to them what is their roles. The way I like to talk about clarity, it's this. How many are we in class right now? Okay. Now, guys, we are 9 of us. Let's say I'm going to be exempt me for now, so we're 8.
8.
I'm going to make a request to you guys now. Tell me which of them resonates with you better. Guys, I'm in need of 100,000 right now. And then the next one is, I'm going to reach out to you and say, please, can you help me with maybe 12,000 naira, everyone? Which of them, I reach out to you personally and say, can you please help me with 12,000 naira? Which of them resonates with you personally?
12,000 naira.
Thank you very much, Remember. Let me tell you why 12,000 will resonate with you very much. One, it's not high level. You know that, okay, if I have 12,000 for this guy, I've solved this problem. But when I said 100,000, all of you will be looking out for who will give him. Who has 100,000? I beg. Yeah, I don't have it too. I have other plans for my money right now. But that makes sense. When you are clear, when you bring clarity to roles, clearly tell everybody what they need to do, how they need to do it, and perhaps how their work fits into the other person's work. you get the best results. Now, I have found out that there is an easier way to raise 2 million. Reach out to me. Yes, there's an easier way to raise 2 million.
20 by 10.
That's it. That's one way. Another way, 200 by 100.
By 100.
You keep looking for the permutations. I can see 2,000 of my friends, their names, send them private messages and ask them for meager sums of money. Some might even give me more. They'll be like, if Etido is asking for 2,000, then I can give him now. What is there? Boy, take 5K. Are you getting me now?
Yeah.
Now, this is what you call clarity of purpose. I use that example to show you that when you begin to break down work, people buy in better. And that's one thing you will have to do for virtual teams. The last two things before I quickly jump away from this, and then we begin to take a race, is the fact that there are what you call work collaboration tools. Work collaboration tools. I'm sure you've heard about Slack. Anybody know Slack? Slack.
No.
Anybody know Slack? Okay, let's use WhatsApp for instance. Slack is like WhatsApp, but at a higher level. You can check it out later. Slack. Now let's use WhatsApp at a very lower level now. You know, in most organizations these days, you have WhatsApp groups. Why? Collaboration. In more hybrid organizations, you might have things like Skype for business. So you might have communicators in the office. All of these are collaboration tools that can help virtual teams to engage. Whichever one you have is still a collaboration tool. Later on, we're going to see some more. There's one called the Kanban tool, the calendar tool, and all of that. All of those tools help people. Anyone here knows about SharePoint? SharePoint. It's an office-driven stuff. SharePoint. Nobody. All right, cool. All right, cool. No, if you don't know, don't worry. I'm just trying to look for things that you guys might be able to relate to. All right, let's keep going. Now, a resource management plan or document that identifies resources and how to acquire, allocate, monitor, and control them. You see, your resource in terms of people and in terms of physical resources that helps to do the work. You must be able to draw a resource plan. Let's go back to those in construction. You know, you'll not be needing a plumber when you are laying the foundation of the house. Abi?
Nowadays you do.
Okay, thanks for the information.
Am I wrong?
No, I don't know.
No, I'm trying to ask other builders.
No, you do.
How about an electrician?
No.
Okay, so let's use that one. So you might not be needing an electrician when you are building the foundations of a house. So you don't plan to start paying him. If you're running a contract system, you don't try to start paying him from the beginning of the project. I'm holding him down. No. So you also need to make sure that by the 4th week, when he will be required, let's say in the 4th week, he will be required, that all the equipment, all the resources that will help him to do his work, because he has only 3 weeks to be on site. I don't want my friend to come in and we start second guessing. Oga, why are no complete? Oga, pipes no day. No. Before even he comes, procurement has kept everything. He needs to be judicious. In his 3 weeks, he must nail it. Give me the outcome, and then we move on from there. Get it? Now, you are planning the resources. These detailed plans of you assigning roles and responsibilities, and also assigning authority figures who will speak to who in case of this happens, to ensure that nothing goes wrong and things are done within the planned time will be done in what you call a resource management plan. Get it?
Yep.
What do you have in this plan? I've spoken through everything in that plan. It also could carry things like recognitions and rewards. That, okay, if you can keep to this, if he can keep to all the things he said he will do, we're paying him 2,000 naira. But if he does everything within the time, make his money 2,500. It's called a retention fee for quality. I don't know. It depends on how you guys operate your own businesses. But you can have all those pegs and things to motivate people to ensure they don't break grounds when it comes to what? Schedule, cost, quality, and budget. So planning resources help you to call them in. And they already know. I don't know, has anybody ever called you before in the morning and said, come and work for us? Early morning is like, where you there? Can you come and help us here? Have you had that kind of experience before? Come on, guys. Do I have people in my class? I'm only here
Yes,
with
you do. But I've not been called on.
No, you have people now. We're all listening.
No, we muted our microphones.
Yeah, we're listening.
You can come in from time to time and engage with us so that I don't feel like I've been left to fight with angels.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So I'm sure you.
I get that a lot.
Okay. Pempari says you get it a lot. You've been called in once or twice early in the morning and say, come and help us and do this and do that. Sometimes, to be very fair to you, it doesn't just work for someone like me. Because sometimes I plan myself into the days, into weeks, it doesn't work for me and it doesn't bring out the best in me. Now, if you have a decent resource management plan, you know when to call in people and they already have, you've told them prior to the time, and you can bring them in as and when needed. Awesome. Last thing.
Like the type of our job,
yeah.
We also do maintenance. The client may have a problem in an odd hour. He may call you. So how do you manage those situations? You don't have a structure. You just have to keep the relationship going.
No, Pembari, don't get me wrong. Every industry is different. Like I said, for my own personality and the way I work, I like to plan. That is me now. Do you understand? And I'm sure for someone like you now, you're not the one that does the work directly. So you have people that are lower in the skill ladder. Yes. So those guys,
you have to send the person.
Yeah, the guys they don't really bother. So what you just do is you just call them, go there, do this for me. I'll drive by and check it. You get that picture.
Yeah.
So if I'm doing that kind of thing, I don't really bother. But if it's something that you need my full engagement, my brain and my time, my energy at the right level, I wouldn't go for that kind of business. Do you understand? But for those at the lower skill cadres, they work per day. They are happy with everything that comes per day and they just move on.
No, most of the time you have to first see the problem, then call the person and tell him what to do.
Like I said, we are all different people. So Pembari is doing the best that works for him. And I am doing my own best. If not, the world will not be a good place. You know what I mean? Because obviously, the world has to be balanced with people about different personalities so that even if I don't want to go, Pembari will be ready and available to do this kind of thing. So that's what makes the world a great place, trust me.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to the last thing when you are building a team. It's called knowledge transfer. You're going to hear this all around the whole training for the next 6 days. The very first thing you need to remember is that you must promote work visibility. Work visibility. Now, I said I was going to show you something, and I hope I'll show it to you soon. Now, when I planned the resource, I can also plan the schedule. So Pembari will be called in the 5th week. Mark will be called in the 2nd week. Pembari will work for 3 weeks from that day. So I share that visibility with everybody. So already, all of you already know where you come in. Does that make sense? You already know where you come in. Yes, and that works perfectly fine. Are you there? Now, because you already know where you come in, it's easy. That's called work visibility tools. And you also I could also do it in a way also that tells what are the things that we are outstanding, what are outstanding to be done, so that you also know what should be done. So immediately you come in, even whether I'm in or not, you just do what? You rise to a responsibility and take charge. You get it, you get the picture. Now, the next thing you need to do is that you must learn to manage what do you call it, knowledge sharing. Knowledge sharing is not something you do when you're tired or when you think you don't have what to do. It must be built into your schedule. That's what PMI says. You have to be deliberate about it to share knowledge. Now, you're sharing knowledge across your team. And when I mean your team, your mini team and your broader team. That's why you see organizations do what they call communiques in the course of, after some time, they do what they call communiques. Okay, so after we built a team, the next thing we're going to be big on, it's in what? Setting ground rules, defining ground rules. The best way I like to explain ground rules is this. Imagine that we said the class today will hold in the morning. Listen to the question, this. It's going to hold in the morning. This is the link. You can log on and join. I'm sure some will log on by 6, those that are very proactive, some by 7, some by 8. Some will be asking themselves, who will hold a class by 8 on Saturday? They will come in by 10 and think that's normal. You know, everybody should have been working, cleaning up and all that at 10.
Nigerian time.
You say?
African time.
Yeah. And then some will even call a friend. My guy, this PMI class, when in the whole land. And the friend will tell him, my friend, and the last one I joined was by 12. So it's by 12 that person will join. Are you getting the picture? Now, setting ground rules, or what you also call the team norms, is establishing what is accepted behavior in a project. What is accepted, what is not accepted? What time do we meet? What time don't we meet? Take this thing back to the office setting. If you are in your office and people are coming to work at any time, like some people are, have you heard about what they call sleep patterns? Sleep patterns. It's done by an American psychologist. He says some people are bears, some people are wolves, some people are, I think there are a lot of divisions, but some are bears. I'm a bear. Yeah. Okay. Now, the whole thing is that some people function very well in the morning, some function very well in the evening, some are at their best in the mid-afternoons, and then some are at their best in the evenings. What will tell you that your best friend is a night crawler? You know, it's in the night he will call you, let's just go out for a drink. And you're going to follow that guy for a drink. You're going to drink with him. Before you come back, by the morning, you can't even function. And the guy is still neutral. He's still up, he sits straight. But you are completely wasted because perhaps you have a different sleep pattern than that guy. You know? So what if, because of our different sleep patterns, we all come to the office whenever we want to come? What would you do? It's going to be a rowdy place. So most of the time when they say office time is 8 or office time is 9, what they are doing that you don't know is they are defining ground rules. The ground rules should cover issues such as meetings. When it comes to meetings, I will touch on a few things and I will leave it there. One of them is not just about meetings, but meeting time. When you say 12,
Hello.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Hello, what do you say?
Hello. You were off for a while.
I stopped hearing you.
Oh, is it better now?
Yeah.
You said when you say 12.
We
When I
lost
said,
it for a while.
okay, where did you lose me? Where did you lose
When
me?
you say 12, meetings.
say
meetings.
12.
Okay, I said when you say 12, 12 is 12. When you say 1, 1 is 1. When you say 3, 3 is 3, and all that, and all that. It means you should keep to time. Keep to time. Now, take it away from there. Take it away from there now. If you say you will close by 1, Auntie, close by 1. Now, all of these team norms, PMI said there should be 4 things that should guide you. 1, responsibility. 2, respect. 3, fairness. And 4, honesty. Let me give you a very big one. Yesterday, okay, let's leave the one of yesterday. But meetings, allowing your meeting to spiral beyond the time of the meeting is a lack of respect for people that work for you. It's an absolute lack of respect for them because you don't respect their time. Calling for a meeting after work hours is a disrespect to the people that work under you. I'm sure if they did it to you, you will grumble. Why do you like doing it to others? Why am I saying this? You want to be a good project manager. You want to carry the ethos of the profession. Please, first thing first, start with your meeting management. PMI recommends that when it comes to meeting, you should set agendas. If you say in this meeting, we will discuss 5 things, make sure 5 things. Put a time box all the 5 things. Are you there? This one, 1 hour, that one, 2 hours, that one, 5 hours, that one, 3 minutes. Once it is time to close that thing, no matter the argument that you have on the table, lift your hand, excuse them. We've already planned to, we said this will be for 15 minutes, and 15 minutes, if we cannot get a solution yet, it's either we will call another meeting and conclude on this, or we will vote via mail. We will send a vote and we'll all vote. Shikina, move on. Don't waste people's time. Don't also forget again, PMI was set up in the US, so people have more than 1 jobs. So when you meet with them, you have to respect their time because they might want to go for another job. That's 1. And 2, I feel that it is good practice to respect people's time. I feel so strongly because personally, I won't even let you waste my own. Yeah. So if I notice that you have a wasteful spirit in time, I'll leave you alone. So please bring it to the workplace. It's a good culture. It's a good culture. Let's promote an urgency with time. The second one is communication. How do we want to talk? In some organizations, when they are doing their onboarding process, they tell you in this organization, we call people by their first name. Some, they call you by Mr., then your first name, or Mr., then your surname. Some, they just call you any which way. How do you want to be called? If you want to be called Python, they just call you Python. So what name do you want? What do you prefer? You're called by a code name. So how do you want to be talking? What's the norm around talking, communicating? How should we communicate? Are we allowed to communicate virtually and our word stands, or we are going to be communicating via emails or whatever? That should be set out. The team must, and you know who sets this out? It's not the PM, it's the whole team that agrees on it. The next thing is what both of you call shared values. What are the things that we all value? And the shared values has to be in line with the project objectives. Last one is decision making. How will decisions be made? Will they be made by me just saying, my autocratic power saying, everybody from today, this goes? Will it be made by voting? Will it be made by, it could be whatever. how will voting decisions be made? Once you guys have been able to sit down and tinker with all of these, you are going to come up with what is called a team charter. What is a team charter? A team charter is a document that captures all of these you guys have agreed on, and then so that it guides the whole team throughout the project. What you guys agreed on, the sets of instructions or ways of doing things that you guys agreed on, is called ground rules. I hope that makes sense, my friends.
Yeah.
All
Very
right,
well.
thank you. Negotiation skills. There are skills that will help you when you are trying to build ground rules. I'm sure you've been in meetings before where they were trying to build ground rules and that meeting never closed. Why? Arguments, you know, human beings like to argue bullshit. Sorry, spare my use of words, but human beings love to argue.
Just to make a point.
To be fair, just to be heard, not make a point, because sometimes you listen to the argument, there is no point inside. They're just running around the bush. So, because you understand that as a PM, you have to have good negotiation skills. So you have to know where to negotiate and get what you want out of the team. But however, at the end of the day, we're binding on the team. So you have to know how to politic really. And guess what? You are not only negotiating with your immediate team, don't forget you still have a broader team called stakeholders, which you have to keep engaged. Also with them, you will need to negotiate some things on ground rules. Like the press, how can they get right about you? What should they write? You know, you need to talk with them around it. Meetings they can attend, the ones they cannot attend. Pictures they can take. Let's say take in construction, for example. In some high-powered construction buildings, they will barricade the whole environment. You would never see what was happening under the ground. And you cannot even come in with a phone into those environments. Never.
Never.
Seize your phone before you enter.
Very correct.
Nobody will know. It might be, even the PM might not even know everything. It's only the architect behind that knows all the things. They can use a PM on one side and a PM on another side, and they know that there's a small thing in between that two sides that you don't see. You know, so these are things that you might want to manage how it goes around in communication. Who gets to know what? Then conflict management. If you manage conflicts very well, you get a good team. If you don't manage it very well, you have issues. Poor performance, reduced productivity, destructive behaviors. As my friend that was trying to implicate me, that I'm a Man United fan, I'm sure you know that last season you guys did not do well because of conflict, destructive behaviors.
No, I am not one. I just thought the example you gave just fits into Ronaldo. He's into his 30s and all that stuff. So I just said, you know, people who attack Manchester will only come from like that angle. Okay.
I don't know. Okay, like I said, you can't get me from my communication, so I won't say a word again. Okay, so let's keep going. But I hope you guys understand the whole story about building the team and then defining ground rules. Oh, yes. The next thing we're going to quickly touch on now is to negotiate project agreements. You see, you brought in a team. You're going to write agreements with them, like offer letter, pay, what am I going to pay them? You have to negotiate these things. You're also going to have to negotiate with the bigger team that you have, because some stakeholders could be very annoying. I want you to be calling me every day by 6 o'clock in the evening and give me updates. Oga, every day, he said every day, and you must talk with me for 1 hour. You're like, Oga, this your issue is hard. Because I can only make it once in 3 days, so I don't bore you. You have to start whining him now. So you know you're a very busy person. I can send you update by mail, then call you every 1 or 3 days. What are you doing? You're negotiating. You're playing into his emotions. You're telling him that you're a very big man, you're too busy for this. If I do that to you, I will stress you. Let me send you text messages. Sir, let me send you email. Let me drop you chats every day. And you'll be like, you sound very correct. Yes, yes, yes. You're just negotiating. So let's keep going. Always aim to reach agreements during negotiations. You see, sometimes you hear people say, I thought, don't think. Assumption is the lowest form of knowledge. Assumption is the lowest form of knowledge. Don't thought, reach an agreement. I hope that makes sense. In everything you do, particularly for those also who are taking this knowledge into practice, remember that you cannot afford to stop reaching an agreement because you think that we agreed. No, reach an agreement and seal it, and both of you should agree on it. Once it's agreed on, stand on your side. I think some of the problems that I see in business in this part of the world is that people do business based on relationship. They say, no, my friend, no, that's not it, that's not it. Reach an agreement, stand by it, and then it makes it better, because when the hot starts coming, you will know that it was an agreement. There was an agreement from the beginning. Agreement would stand. You will be hot less if you can reach agreements. Those taking it back into practice, that's the truth. Whatever you agree on, people cannot fault you when you get angry. Okay, what are the different kinds of agreements? Agreements define initial intentions of a project. It means this is how we plan to work. This is what we signed up to do when we want to work. Now, what are the different types of agreements? One, you have the contract types, the contracts. Used for external contractors when you want to bring in someone externally into your job. Two, you have what you call the memorandum of understanding. So if I'm going to be a partner with you, we sign an MOU. MOUs are for partners. Are we there? Because
yes.
It's not an MOU and it's agreed on. Now, a service level agreement is also something you sign with how do you call it? Like your suppliers, not partners now, but also you could sign SLAs with MOUs with suppliers too. Now, service level agreement, things like if I send you a mail now, we have a service level agreement that you must reply all my mails in 24 hours. Because most of the time I send you a mail, there are time critical issues. So you can't keep it beyond 24 hours. So you get a fault for exceeding 24 hours.
Okay.
Letters of agreement or intent, a verbal agreement, but if it's for business, to be very fair, I prefer an agreement, yes, a documented agreement. Documented agreement. Anything verbal makes no sense. All right. Yeah, because when you go to the court, nothing verbal will stand. So always
what if it's recorded?
Huh?
What if it's recorded?
That's a different case. But I hope you know it's actually wrong for you to record a call without telling the person.
I think digital evidences are hardly acceptable in court form.
No, they've amended that. You can accept it now.
Okay, you amended that.
Effective already. You are sure?
But I hope you know, El Hassan, even though they are accepted, it's actually wrong for you to record a call between two of me and you. Without
no, the other person must. The other person must be made to know that you're recording him or.
Yes, you must tell me. If not, that's a criminal case coming for you. You shouldn't do that.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So that example of a service level agreement, it's on your slide. Try and engage with it. All right. Project agreement. Let me stop and ask you, is there any questions you want to ask before I zoom?
None so far from my end.
Okay, thanks, Grace.
It's okay for
I'll
me.
draw us back.
Okay, Eves is fine, Mark is
okay.
fine. Okay, I think
I'm
everyone
fine
said,
also.
all right.
No, I
okay.
say I'll draw us back. I wanted to ask a question.
Okay,
I want to talk
okay.
about that Motorola.
Mike, please ask, draw us.
I think was Motorola? Was it because of they refused to adapt to change, or was it because they spent all their money on that sole design that brought them into receivership?
It's actually that project that brought them into hardship.
No, but why I ask? Assuming they adapted to change, wouldn't they have at least maybe been afloat?
Okay, let's keep it like this. Keep it like this, Mike. You have your entire savings. It's about $600 million.
Okay. Yeah.
And that's your total net worth. And let's not say that's your net worth. But what is you have in your account? Liquidity. You know, you can have net, you don't have liquidity. Liquidity might be like $10 million.
Okay.
Now you now carry the $9.8 million, and you've invested in this project.
In that design.
Call it a project because it was a full project.
Okay, sorry.
Start to finish. Hoping that by the time you were putting this money in stages, looking at that towards the end of it, the money will start, people will start like, Tesla. When Tesla was building the cars, people were buying the cars even before it was launched. So people were putting in money, saying, keep one copy for me, keep one copy for me. And even in Apple right now, people book iPhones ahead. The same thing with PlayStation. People book them ahead. Yeah. So you are envisaging that you're going to get that kind of sign up towards the end of the project. Are you getting me?
Yeah.
And I don't know what happened to you to think that way. Before the end of the project, the market, the technology has moved beyond you. Yeah, you can say that maybe you should have been more attentive to happenings around you. You're not wrong. You're not far from it. Yeah, but you were not paying attention. And at the end of the day, your liquidity, which is what helps you to pay salaries, helps you to move your day-to-day life, is exhausted. It's down to zero right now. It's all finished. What you have cannot even survive you again. So you go into administration. Yes, you have a net worth of $600 million, but you can't turn that net worth into cash. Why? Perhaps the warehouse itself is what your net worth. Are you getting me? If you sell the net worth, what are you going to be doing? If you're selling the factory itself, what are you going to be doing with the factory, the money? Nothing, do you get what I'm saying? So you've lost the liquidity. Even when you still have the factory, you have lost the liquidity. You go into administration.
Okay.
Does it make sense?
Can we now attribute that occurrence to say that probably Motorola did not do their feasibility study well? Because they should have envisaged that an industry as dynamic as that IT
as
industry,
agile.
And then it means, and then since we'll now say that project doesn't seem to have used the agile method, but rather the traditional, because it is expected to arrive at the end, that is the product, when the product is so would one be right to say that it was the traditional method that was used, and that probably the feasibility study was not detailed enough to have envisaged changes in the industry and then factor it in the project?
El Hassan, you are perfectly correct.
Okay.
Perfectly correct. You know, big companies, just like big individuals, sometimes don't envisage when they are going to fall. Yeah, you know that, Abi? I'll give you a very good example. Do you know Kodak? Kodak.
Yeah. The same thing happened to Kodak, yeah.
Yeah.
The camera industry.
The film making.
Yeah.
Yeah. They were not looking, it was not even in their radar that digital photography could take the air the way that's done. But guess what? The research of digital photography began in Kodak. They were the ones to find the first patent. They have 2 patents in digital photography.
Okay.
Yeah.
So why didn't they take
advantage of it?
Do you want me to make you laugh, or should I
No.
tell you what happened?
No, just tell us. Both.
Why is it that the youths have not become presidents in Nigeria? They keep telling them, wait.
Okay.
They refuse to see.
Tomorrow has not come.
The tomorrow has not come. Thank you very much. So tomorrow, tomorrow has not come. Wait.
And tomorrow will never come.
To never come. So that's exactly what happened. They keep telling you, relax, you don't know it yet. The question is, when would you know it? If you don't try, you know? So that was the culture, is the mess that happens in organizational culture and systemic cultures, even like in our society right now, or we have in our society. You keep trying to quiet kids down. No, it shouldn't be. Allow people. Go ahead.
Motorola was a brand. Am I wrong?
You are correct. Absolutely.
Was a brand. So couldn't they have built their assets to investors on those brands?
Couldn't
so that they won't go into receivership?
I think he's talking about goodwill now.
The goodwill.
Yeah.
Brand.
A brand. No, think about it, Mark. You are a brand. But the money will remain for you. Let me go back to our colloquial, our own way we talk. The money will remain for you, no reach to put fuel again. You can't even afford the next food. You have a house, but if you sell your house, where will you go and sleep? You can't feed yourself. You can't put food on the table. You cannot move out of your door as you speak right now. Are you not just going to declare you're broke and go into administration?
Okay.
Do you get what I'm saying?
I'm following you, understanding.
You've gone down, as in you've it's not like you don't have assets. You have assets, you have some goodwill. People, you have friends, but your friends can't do everything for you.
That means they don't believe in the project, Motorola.
If you believe in the project and you are broke, man. Okay. Do you know what I mean?
No,
see,
I know.
See, you right now, you don't have 10 naira. You don't have like, I work for somebody, so they are owing me. You don't have. Perhaps you've even borrowed from your friends, so your goodwill too is becoming lower, because you know those are credit economies. I get you what I'm saying. Yeah. Those are credit economies. So most businesses, they have credit lines. So naturally, because credit there is fancy, because if you don't take credit, you pay more tax. So most businesses there you see already on credit. Now, you have those systems already. You're already on a loan. So you don't have the goodwill to go and collect another loan. They give you a loan based on liquidity. Do you have any finance? Have you done anything in finance before?
No.
Okay, I'm sure that's why you're asking. Now they give you loans not based on assets. They give you loans not based on goodwill. They give you loans based on liquidity. You are doing business. That's why, remember, 2015, when PDP lost, some banks had issues. because they gave PDP loans based on what? Goodwill, government in power. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Did you hear that there was a scandal like that? I don't know if you guys get it.
Yeah.
You know, I used to listen to a lot of bullshit news, but it's just because I get to put my ears to it. Now, that goodwill is not, you don't put loans on goodwill. So everybody was now asking the banks, where did you guys come from? Where did you learn how to give bank credits on goodwill? But these things happen at the high level of life, really. They do a lot of things at that level. Are you getting me? Same thing. If you remember the 2009 recession, Enron, Lever Brothers, America, caused the recession. It was also credit on goodwill. Yeah, it was a goodwill business. People were investing in Enron because the guy was very charismatic. If you hear the guy talk here like this, you carry your whole house and sell and give your children sense until the thing now scattered and then everything went bad. All right, let's keep moving, guys. Can anyone help us read this part? It's really something you can read and understand. So anyone volunteering?
Project agreement objectives. Am I right?
Yes.
Reporting and verification criteria for objectives are an important part of the project management. Traditional. Identify each deliverable and objective acceptance criteria for each. Agile. Deliverables will vary as the product backlog is added to, reprioritized, and so forth. Each story needs to have clearly defined acceptance criteria approved by the customer. The project may also specify a definition of done for the project, releases, iterations, and user stories.
Thank you very much, Mike. All right, guys, let's stay here a bit. Project agreement objectives. I'm sure you heard a few words there: backlog, iterations, prioritize. Let's just run through what all of them mean. But before we run through what all of them mean is that you are going to make agreements for what? Project agreement objectives. So what are the objectives of this project? We need to be in agreement about it. Myself as the PM and the sponsor, we must have agreed during the charter. Myself and the team now needs to agree. Because if people don't agree, they don't buy into what you are doing. I hope you know that. So we need to agree. Now, the next thing you need to touch on the fact is this. In Agile, now let's use Agile for iPhone 4, iPhone 5, iPhone 6, iPhone 7. Let's just use that example and get around this. When we're moving from iPhone 4 to iPhone 5, don't take my word for it. It's just for an example. They needed to move from a 3 megapixel to a 5 megapixel. That was some of the things that were in the word backlog, things we would like to do in the next iteration, things we would like to do. Mark the word, features, that's the word now, and functions. Features and functions we would want to do by the next iteration. What is iteration? Phase of work. Phase of work. Tomorrow we will spend time on Agile. Okay, now, iteration just means phase of work. So things and features and functions we will want to add in the next phase of work. Number one, the very first feature and function is to improve the camera quality from 3 megapixel to 5 megapixel. Are you there?
Yep.
Number two is to increase the RAM size from 100 to 200. There are a list of 20 things that we've identified. However, we cannot do everything. Why can we not do everything? Because sometimes we don't have adequate resource, we don't have adequate know-how, and sometimes the market is not ready for it. Let me give you an example. iPhone 4 was sold for $300. Are you following me?
Yeah.
Now, and we have a backlog, things, features, and functions we would like to do by the next iteration. iPhone 4 was sold for $300. If we bring in all the features and the functions that we have in the backlog, we have the resource to do it. We have the manpower, the skill sets to get it done. If we bring all of them, we will realize that the outcome will be the price of the next phone will be $480. How will the market react to a $180 increase? Does that make sense, guys?
Yeah.
We don't want the market to react negatively. So what do? We choose a few features and functions and upgrade iPhone 4. That way we get iPhone 5. So do you see now? So the idea of choosing a few features and functions is called prioritization. You prioritize. Which of the features and functions am I going to take on in this iteration? I hope that makes sense to everyone.
Yeah.
Now, that will now define what the acceptance criteria is. That's for iPhone now. Come back to your office. Whenever you are given a project to manage, I think Chinwe touched on it earlier, that there are already a few sets of objectives that they've given to you that you must meet. These objectives are actually called what? Acceptance criteria or project objectives. They have to be clearly stipulated. We need to agree with the team. So if Chinwe is the project manager, she needs to agree with the team, everybody on the team, that they are ready, motivated, and happy to meet those requirements. Likewise, the meeting of all of these requirements is what is called the definition of done. So the person who gave you the project is saying, if you meet all these requirements, you can get a handshake from me, and that handshake will be, well done, my good and my faithful servant. Perhaps some cash for the wallet and a medal for your neck. If you don't meet it, you will get lashes, as the case may be, or a sack letter. Now, it is always good to define what the definition of done is when you are giving somebody a project. For those also going back into practice, I noticed that there is a very common trend in our own society. You enlist, I was talking with a guy yesterday, so he was dealing with a graphic designer or a product manager, as they call themselves these days. Now, I asked him, how many revisions do you do with the product designer? He said, I can go back and forth with him as many times as I want. He is my boy. I said, sorry, sir, I don't understand. And the guy allows you to go back and forth with him. He said, yes, he's my boy. I said, okay, well done. That will never help that guy to grow. Because if they paid you $200,000 for a logo design, and they can go back and forth with you for as many times as they want, if you go 20 times back and forth, and in those 20, I have to come to your office using an Uber, I've already spent the $200,000 I earned on Uber. Does that make sense, guys?
Yeah, time wasting.
Time wasting. So you might feel you are working, but you are not really working. You're just marking time from project to project. So you must clearly define what the division of done is so that when I finish the done, you pay me, we have a handshake, and we go. All right, I said that for those who are in practice. And for those who are giving out contracts in your offices, and when you call me to give me a contract, better keep your definition of done in place. All right, that's just a joke, guys. Okay, El Hassan, your hands are up. Please come on board. Ask. El Hassan, your hands are up.
But I think
I think it's an old one.
Sorry about that.
No worries at all.
Yeah,
okay. Sorry, I didn't notice that on time too. Okay. Now, negotiations. I think you need to also take home the fact that there are things for which you use to negotiate. One, like when we talk about pay, you negotiate using the word statement of work. What is this? What am I coming to do? What are the milestones? You are asking for a work, for me to do work for you in one day. You know, it means I won't sleep. I will be awake to do that job for you. So the milestone, performance and reporting expectations. You must be clear. What reporting? We touched on that earlier about the guy who wanted to call him every 6 o'clock in the evening, you know, and speak for 1 hour about anything you're reporting. Pricings and payment. Any added work, would you pay? Or the payment is capped? This payment is just for 500,000, it's capped. Or are you saying that if you ask me to do more, you will give me some extensions? If there are no extensions, then why? Those are things we need to negotiate. Inspection, quality of work, acceptance criteria. Some companies give what you call a retention fee, meaning that if they see that you are doing exceedingly well for them, you've given your best to that project, they give you a tip. Cost of quality. Warranty and future support. The project that you are giving to us, would you give us a warranty? If you give us the warranty, we can pay you more than if you don't. Incentives or penalties, and all the likes and all the likes. It's all in your notes. Go through them. Let's keep going, guys. Okay. We talked earlier about prioritization in agile platforms, remember? Now, we said when you have to prioritize sometimes, I think just not too long ago, just a few seconds ago. Now, what are the techniques that PMI recommends that you use to make prioritization? The very simple one is reviewing the product backlog. What is review? Nothing bigger than the word review. Just review it. Look for the one that will give you the best results. Bring those ones up and all that. The other one is the one that is pronounced Kano, even though it's similar to one of our states back home here in Nigeria, Kano. And an approach of prioritization on a product roadmap based on the degree. So basically what you're looking at is the degree to which this thing satisfies the customer. So I have 20 things on my product backlog. Which of these will give the customer more satisfaction? So if you were building a house for me and you kept a massage jacuzzi for me, you know you've met one of my biggest aspirations. You know, yeah, so you're looking at, based on the conversation they're going to have with me, which of these can I do that will go up, should go up, yeah. So you're looking at what satisfies the customer more. The other one is another interesting one called Moscow. Don't forget any of these things. They have the wealth coming out in the exam. Moscow is just like you're asking the question, what must the customer have? What should the customer have? What could the customer have? And what wouldn't the customer have? must-go. Now, the question is, the must-haves are number one. Like every one of us, we must have a roof over our head. We must have food on the table. Must-haves. Should have clothes on our back. Could have a Lamborghini. Won't have maybe pets. That's for a particular person. Some person, a must-have for them is pets. I hope that makes sense, guys. Paired comparison. It's simply the word paired comparison. Paired, that's all. So you carry two things, maybe this and this, and you're like, this one over this one over this one. You know, you could keep comparing two things until you come up with your priorities. The last one, which is another very interesting one, is called the 100-point method. 100-point method. What is the 100-point method? The 100-point method is when you and I, okay, guys, let's try the 100-point method. Everyone, you have 100 points. Share the 100 points and vote for 3 persons you will want as the class rep. Everybody get into the chat room. I don't want to explain it. Choose 3 persons to be our class rep and share your 100 points across all of them.
Okay.
Yep, everyone, quickly, guys. We don't have all the time, so get in there fast.
Can you come again? I don't get you.
Okay, go into the chat room. Choose any 3 persons in the class. We need a class rep for today. Vote for all of them. So I'm going to go and do something like this. But guys, don't use, mine is false. Mine is false. So you don't use my own. Everybody, you do yours. Mine is just to show you what I mean. And
I sent a message before. I can't get you. I think no.
I'm getting all of you now. Check your
in the
toe.
chat box. How do I
Look at your toe. Is your toe at everyone? Change your toe to everyone.
Everyone.
In the chat box, can you see where the right toe on, just on above where you type? You see toe. T-O.
Okay, yeah, everyone. I've seen everyone.
Set it to everyone. Then send the message now. It will come. See what I've done. I've voted 40 for praise. I've voted 50 for Eve. I've voted 10 for El Hassan. Guys, quickly, let's hit this faster.
I've sent mine.
Awesome. So we have Mark on a 60, 100 for praise, says Mark. Mark, you're not fair. Come on. There's a Chinwe, there's a 100 for praise by Pembury again. Pembury, you guys have voted one person on 100, but it could happen that way, so not a problem. Now, the beautiful thing about what you guys have done, guys, is this. Chinwe goes for an 80. Mark is resharing his votes now. Okay. Now, what we can end up doing is to sit back and sum up everybody's voting. So we're going to sum up everything for Chinwe, a 30, an 80, a 40, and the other one, and see how many she comes up with. Sum up for Mark, see where he comes up with. Sum up for Eve, see where he comes up with. Sum up for El Hassan, see where he comes up with. Then the guy with the highest sum gets the highest priority. Guy, does that make sense?
Yes.
Perfect.
Okay.
Okay. Now, quickly, documents you use for negotiation. This is commonplace. We've touched on it over and again. Very first one, performance.
Sorry, sir.
Yes.
You seem to have skipped the paired comparison analysis.
I have. It's you that have skipped listening to it.
Oh, sorry, I missed it then. Sorry about that.
It's just as fair.
You don't need to apologize. When you see me pick on you, I'm just making teasing.
No, it's all right. It's okay.
Yeah. Third comparison is when I bring El Hassan and I bring Michael and ask you guys, Michael or El Hassan?
Just as what we have voted. Okay, no.
Okay.
No, but this time around, I'm restricting it to two people. I'm pairing two things.
Okay.
So I'm saying, every guy's this or this. It's just a this or this. The other one, you are playing with sharing points.
Points, okay.
And you're not really limited to two people. You can play with everybody. You can even share your 100 to everybody in the class if you like. But at different ratios. You get the picture.
Yeah, thank you.
Excuse me, please.
Yes, please.
Sorry to, yeah. Can you please re-explain the review products backlog? I didn't really get that. I'm sorry.
Okay, Praise. If you have do you have a vision board or your plans for the 2022?
I do.
Good. Go and bring your diary and share with us in class all the things that you have said you will do. And sometime perhaps you had given us timetable that you will do this at this time. That is your product backlog.
Okay.
As a person. But when we get into Agile tomorrow, you will really get to understand it. I apologize. I would have really loved to handle Agile, but my colleague is also very competent. She will handle Agile tomorrow. I won't be around on Sundays. So for this class, she will take Sundays. Okay. Now, she's also very competent. She'll walk you guys through Agile. Now, when you have the product, what you have, the list of things you want to accomplish is your product backlog. Now, from time to time, you go back to that place and the priorities changes on what you want to give attention to. Abi?
Mm-hmm.
Good. What is happening to you is you reviewing product backlog and reprioritizing.
Okay.
All right. So what do we use to negotiate? One very good one is expert judgment. I want to get a Mason now to work for me. I'm going to speak to all my colleagues in this place. El Hassan, Mark, Priye, where are you guys? How much should I pay the Mason? You're giving me expert judgment. Chicken up, I'll take your word. And you're saying paying 10,000 Naira a day. Good. As I'm bringing the guy in, I am just going to do exactly as you guys advised me. Expert judgment. Based on performance. So based on your performance, we know that this guy, one thing about him is that if you bring him on board, he does two people's job in one day. The guy has capacity. I will also use that to negotiate with you because I know that you will bring me more value than normal. Now, based on lessons learned, I'm sorry, this is my slide. I didn't realize I did not finish up with it. So it's looking a bit scattered, but I understand everything on the slide. So I'm just going to walk you through it. Based on lessons learned. Now you see, if you've built a similar house before, and then you have that experience before, you already have knowledge, lessons learned. You can use that knowledge in negotiating. The last guy took 4,000 every daily. And so I won't pay you anything more than what? 4,000, perhaps plus the inflation in the last 1 year. See that kind of thing, lessons learned.
Yep.
Now, also you have what you call a resource calendar. If you were booking me on the 25th of December, you will know that my prices are high because you are telling me don't go and have fun. Just stay here. So my prices will naturally go up. Now, also when you are negotiating, you need to pay attention to special intervals. Now you are a project manager, not a philanthropist. Not mind me. Now, what am I saying? There are times in the project where there could be blackouts. Blackouts mean the project and nothing is happening around that time. There are many reasons for blackouts. It could be maybe the time where you have auditors come in to audit to see how far you're going with the work, with each phase of the work. It could be a time where you need to negotiate for the next move, get approvals and all that. It could be really a lot of things. Now, there are some people that you have to pay them even if there is a blackout. You know why? Their skill sets are rare. So if you let them go during blackout, it will haunt you. Because to bring them back, immediately you let them go, another person will sign them up. And when another person signs them up, my friends, you can't, to get someone again like that will cost you time, money, and energy, you know? So you're better off keeping them paid, even when there is a blackout. But there are some, you know, that these are common skill sets. You will do what? Negotiate those periods out of their income. So for this period, I won't pay you because you'll be free. You can go and do a private practice and come back. All right, special intervals. So I've touched on every one of them. All right, let's keep going. Documents and tools. Okay, I know I arranged it. So it means I did not delete the other place off. So guys, that was the arranged slide. Sorry, I'll take up the other. Okay, let's go. Now, we're done engaging and negotiating with these guys. We need to empower them. Imagine you have brought the best team. You've negotiated everything. They've agreed to everything you've said. You guys they are the best people whatsoever in the world. Pay is fine, everything is fine. But I'm sure you've also worked in an environment or you've been in a project, whether it's formal or informal, where everything they would say, let's call Oga. Let's call Oga. You know how disengaging that can be, because you're like, so nobody around you can even make a simple decision like this. And they're like, yes, so Oga. Now, you need to learn to empower team members and stakeholders. How do you empower? The team strength, the way you compose the team strength is also a way of empowering. If you bring weaklings in, you're disempowering the team because they'll struggle. So if you even bring someone that has some managerial insight where you can hand over to, then you are also helping that team to be at their best. Secondly, you empower a team by giving them the power to make decisions. For instance, brainstorm. For instance, if you work in a big corporate, you will know that they kind of say things like, let's say, if they want to make an expense, small expense, like give somebody a transport, buy a little thing here and there, they have little pauses. I don't know how they call it again. There's a name they call it. Small pauses that can be managed by the administrator. They want to
petty cash.
Petty cash, my friend. Thank you.
Also.
Yeah, impress or petty cash. Yes, that's the word. Now, so you have those kind of things, you know. Now, you've empowered them to solve small problems. Are you there with me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
To solve small problems. Now you can go further to do the next one. What is the next one? Brainstorming. So you empower people based on different levels. Don't carry your best power and give to the wrong person. You might not get the best outcome. I didn't say it. Now, go to the next one, brainstorming. You see, people always contribute to what they feel a part of. If I don't feel like I'm part of your journey, Auntie, don't come and be asking me, what do you think about what I'm doing? I don't think anything because I'm not part of your journey. Yeah. So brainstorming is where you sit back and you ask people questions. You allow them to come and talk. As they are talking, they feel, this guy appreciates my ideas. He's noting it down. That way, you are empowering them to talk more, to bring in their best into that project. Estimate making. Let me give you a very simple way to explain this one. Don't overthink this one. Think about your mechanic. Walk into, when you finish from class today, go straight to your mechanic and show him one fault you have in your car. When he finds the fault, and he tells you,
10,000.
He tells you 10,000, tell him no, I'll give you 3,000 or 4,000. He will just ignore you and go and sit back because you know you're not ready. You know why? He's the guy that does the job that estimates.
Okay.
Yes. the man who does the job. That's an exam question. Who estimates? The guy who does the job.
Who estimates?
So the guy who does the job is the only person that has the valid power to estimate because he knows what is in that job. So whatever he gives you, you can benchmark it across something else just for validate. However, it's his work. And that's the way you empower him. Go ahead, ask your question.
What of if, normally they always lie. What of if he was lying? He just wants to make you.
Let's agree on one thing. We're looking at best case scenario here.
Okay.
Yeah. And it doesn't mean that you should not do your homework, your research.
That's judgment.
Yeah. Well, and here we're talking about best case scenario. You can benchmark too, because one of the ways of collecting scope, you will find out tomorrow, is by benchmarking. Might get estimate from him or her, then benchmark. Are you there?
Okay.
But giving people the power to bring in, what do you call that stuff? Bring in estimate. It makes them feel like a part of the journey. Are we there? Yeah. The next thing is team task accountability. Sure. Team task accountability. People need to show some form of accountability about whatever they themselves are involved in. And the last one is retrospection. What is retrospection? You know that day you went to, maybe you went for a program, a seminar, or you went to church, or you went to the mosque, and the imam was on fire that day. The guy was just giving you hot, and you were like, geez, I've entered trouble. This guy is reading my story. Yeah? You know, when you got home, you became very quiet, sober. You were just asking yourself, am I doing the right thing or not? Do I need to make changes? Where am I getting it wrong? Where do I need to correct? Where do I need to get better? What you have done, my friends, is retrospection. In projects, after they finish iPhone 4 and iPhone 4, what they normally do is they retrospect to see what did we do right? What did we do wrong? What can we do better? Who do we need on our team? That's the power of retrospection. Okay. Now, the last, please ask.
The retrospection that you talked about, is there any difference between that and the lesson learned?
Yes, there is. That's a very good question. Lesson learned happens all through the project. So, okay, let's say right now, we're learning a lesson right now, me and you. I'm learning how to communicate to you better. You are learning how to listen to, how to soak this in. At the end of this process, I will go back and do my lesson learned. What went well in that class? What did not go very well in the class? Now, this is the first time I'm using this, my revised slide, to teach a class on initiation. I have it on other areas. Now, so I'm still going to learn about how did I go? How did it do? That kind of thing. For me, that's my retrospection. Are you getting what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now, however, lessons learned, you are learning it on the go every day. And you are documenting it. I hope, does that make sense?
Sorry, sir, I want some clarity. I was thinking lessons learned on projects are just similar to what you just mentioned, that, okay, what exactly did we do wrong? What did we do, wrong, so that we could rectify it in subsequent projects like that? So I was like a bit confused. I was just thinking, that is what initially I thought was lessons learned. So I was just confusing the two. What's the major difference between that and retrospective?
Okay.
The major difference.
You went out today.
Yes, sir. Can I answer him?
Go ahead.
All through the project. All through. Then the other one is, as in, lesson learned is all through the process. As the work is going, your day-to-day activity, you are learning. It's going through the process. The retrospection now, you finished the entire project. Now you are sitting back to analyze what went wrong.
And a good tool.
Not during the project.
Good. A good tool now, Mark, you can even use to do that is the lesson learned to do retrospection. Does it make sense?
View retrospection to be accumulation.
You can use the lesson learned
of the lessons learned.
You can use the lesson learned in your reflection, your retrospection. Does it make sense?
Yeah,
Does it make sense?
It's all right.
So lesson learned is a part of retrospection. It's not like
yes. No, you can use not a part of retrospection is an activity of its own.
Can we consider retrospection to be accumulation of lessons learned?
No.
Okay.
It's an activity you do at the end of a project.
Which comprises of all the lessons learned.
Lesson learned is during the project.
Thinking about all the lessons you learned and all the things that have gone wrong or gone better.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah,
you do it at the end of a project. At the end. Now the last report card where you collect be that. Whether now first class 2-1, 2-2. Now be lesson certificate, yes. But those small report card where you collect small, now be lesson learned. You are getting learning lessons and noting them down. Are you getting me? Go ahead. Who is asking?
Praise.
Go ahead.
So how will you now use retrospection to empower your team in a scenario whereby the team you probably worked on your last project is different from this team you're working on? So how does that come into play?
Team. You see, go ahead, ask your question again.
Okay. I said that in a situation whereby the team that you worked with the last time is different from the team you're working with right now, how will retrospecting help you empower your team?
Okay, a very good question is Praise.
Yes, sir.
Do you have friends that you guys were in university together?
Yes, I do.
Have you ever sat back to retrospect about your university days?
Yes.
Have you found out that the knowledge in those conversations have also been helpful for you in other decisions of life? Yeah, the same thing. So sometimes you can carry a story, like I can tell you one story that happened to me in business, because I retrospected on where I got that wrong. And I can now share that story with you. So it can help you. You can now take a cue from what I've said and then avoid those, what do you call
pitfalls?
Pitfalls, yes. That's the word.
Thank you.
All right, amazing. All right, guys, let's move a lot smarter because I have 28 more minutes to be here. Yep. So, but not to worry, I made sure that I was going to cover everything you need to know so that you are all going to be happy and fine. All right, so let's keep going. Where did we stop? So team strength. When forming a team, it's critical to understand the skills and competencies needed to perform the work and produce deliverables. Identify team strengths and weaknesses to organize the team around its strengths. I've already told you this already, guys. If your team is not composed correctly, it's demotivating already. You know, okay, some of you that follow football, Manchester United was a bit all over the place. It's demotivating for their GOAT, Ronaldo. You get the picture? Yeah.
Alex Ferguson.
Yeah, and Alex Ferguson. So you see what we're saying. So what about empowering the team? The team composition must be right before you can empower the team. So the next one is team decision-making tools. Now, way of working. Okay, let me explain this way of working. The team needs to agree, I've said that already, on how decisions will be made. That is also one of the things. That's a smaller part of what you call the way of working. For instance, we will come to work every day by 8 o'clock. That's a way of working. Are you there, guys? If you don't establish clearly what the way of working is, people will just do anything they want to do. And it's not their fault, so don't blame them. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
The last one is the one called brainstorming. What is brainstorming? It's a process of ideation. And I've already explained it to you. When people communicate, they feel a part of what you're doing and they can easily buy into your dreams and visions. So that way they feel empowered, they feel part of the game. All right. Estimates. I said to you that the person who does the job is the one to do what? Be the estimator. Good. The next thing you need to understand here about estimate is that there are 3 types of estimation. Tomorrow during planning, you're going to learn deeply about the 3 types of estimation. But I'll show you just because it's good that I bring you into it and then you now grow into it. The very first type of estimation is called the bottom-up estimation, bottom-up estimation, which is literally what you often do whenever you are planning maybe an occasion or most things that you really get to plan. Let's plan a wedding, guys. We're going to plan a wedding right now, myself and you. We're going to divide the work first into what? Clothes, food, drinks, venue, decorations, and gift and souvenirs. So we're going to go to clothes, for instance. How many folks are we clothing? Is it just the bride and the groom? Are we clothing the train? Are we clothing the parents? We break it further. You see, how much will it cost to clothe each person? You see, I'm now going to break it further. Now, each person, how much are we clothing them? Then I sum up all of that and then I come to the final thing, which is what? Clothing, the cost of clothing. Same thing, food. And then that's exactly what bottom-up estimations mean. The next kind of estimation that you often will have here, what you call the 3-point estimation, 3-point estimation. The 3-point estimation is actually used when you have what you call the optimist, the realist, and the pessimist. Optimist, realist, pessimist. Optimist, realist, pessimist. If I ask you guys in the class right now, and I say, how many days will it take me to take a walk from Lagos and get to Kaduna? I want to walk. Some people are going to be like, nah, what for you? And they're going to tell me, my best bet, 2 years. Some, those are the pessimists. Some will be like, it's something you can do. Those guys are very optimistic. They'll be like, my God, you can do this thing 3 days. If you really mean them, you don't go sleep. And some are like people that are very natural. They're like, give or take 2 weeks. You see? So you're gonna add them 3 days, 2 weeks, and 2 years. You turn the years now to days, the weeks to days. Add all of these and then get the word divided by 3. What you have there is the 3-point estimation. The average of these 3 people, so you come with 3-point estimation. So I've taught you about bottom up. I've discussed about 3 points, and I'll bring you into another one called the analogous and the parametric. What is analogous? What is parametric? Analogous simply means analog. So my friend bought his sandals yesterday for 5,000 or last month for 5,000. Me, I want to buy his sandals today because I already know that he bought his own for 5,000. I will withdraw 5,000 and go to the market to go and buy his sandals. So you are making decisions based on historical information, basically, that's all. You are estimating using historical information, that's all. Make sense? Analogous, yeah, analogous, yeah.
Logos
Now,
or logia?
You know, I'm not a very good English speaker, so maybe you read it yourself. Analogous.
Analogous.
Okay, I didn't get
Analogous. That's how I pronounce it. So I'll leave it for you to read because you may have done better in English than myself, trust me. Okay, now let's keep going now. Now, the next one is what you call the parametric. Parametric. What is parametric? An interesting way of estimation where now I know that my friend bought his sandals for 5,000, but I don't just take the historical information, I also bring in some statistical components. So I'm also aware that between last year when my friend Tunde bought his sandals for 5,000 and this year, there has been a 15% inflation. So I bring in that stats and increase 5,000 by 15% inflation. And then I take that value to the market. That will now be what? That is me estimating parametrically. So historical information plus statistical inferences to get parametric. Friends, this will come out in your exam. Make no mistake. You don't wish and wash some of these ones, they will come. Okay, next phase. What else do I need to know? That I need to have team accountability. What are we trying to do to empower the team and the stakeholders in it? So to empower people, create some form of team task accountability. Guys, can you see my screen? Can you see the Gantt chart? Can you see the Gantt chart?
Yeah.
The one up there. It tells you when you are supposed to come in, write a report. So if you know your work is to write a report, you know when you should start writing the report. You know when you should complete it because perhaps it could be tied to another person's work. Make sense? Good. Now, same thing. The other one is called a Kanban board. A Kanban board. What do you need to know about a Kanban board? A Kanban board is actually a visual, a pictorial way of representing work. It's actually here. Look at this side. You have product backlog. So product backlog is here, things to be done. Here is what we are doing now. Here is what we have concluded. What should be done, what we are doing now, what should be concluded. Are you there?
The Kanban table is not clear.
The Kanban board is not clear, not to worry. When you are doing execution and when you are doing planning tomorrow, you'll see a bigger Kanban board. Yeah, okay. I think I have a Kanban board I'll show you before the end of the class. So I'll show it to you, not to worry. I'll revise this again one more time and get a clearer one here for the next class. Sorry about that, but you get a clearer one. So it has what to be done, what you are doing, and what is completed. So it's called the pictorial way of engaging at work and pulls from the left to the right. It doesn't pull from the right to the left, left to right. It doesn't go back. So if it moves from backlog to what we are doing, it will never go back to backlog again. It has to be gone to what? To them to complete it. So when you come here, what we are doing today, if I'm the project manager, I'll just put a list of what we are doing today there. And then what do? You come in there and know what to be done, get the job done. That way I empower you by just putting visual aids to help you know what should be done. This Kanban board is something that we will spend time with you during execution. And thankfully, I'm the one handling execution. So you have nothing to worry about. Okay. Last one, a way you empower the team, retrospection. Retrospection. We said it earlier. It is the idea of what? At the end of each iteration. Now, let me be clear for you. Particularly for those who are wondering, how does all of this tie in? How does all of this tie in? Now, retrospection is actually a word that was designed for agile environment. You know, the agile environment goes based on what? it goes based on what?
Of each iteration.
On iteration, good. So you were asking, how will your lessons learned help you in the next phase? Now, before you go into the next phase, there is an iteration.
Mm-hmm.
There is a retrospection, sorry, where they retrospect how the last iteration was. What was the these or the that or the these or the these and the that's? Those are the things that are being done. What that does for you is what? It helps you to know the mind of the sponsors. It helps you to know how they could have, you see, perhaps we prioritize what we should not have prioritized in the last situation because we felt the sponsors were big on cameras. But really, they are not big on cameras. They are bigger on what? Processing speed. Make sense?
Yeah.
So that kind of thing would also help you. You also remember that every time that we used Dangote, he did not give us the best of cement. So we went to use what? Boa.
Wow.
No, don't get me wrong. It's just for this explanation.
Yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm.
It's not recorded for the public. It's just for this conversation. Yeah. So those are the things that retrospection. Yeah. Okay. Any more questions? Any questions about that? Okay. Since there are no questions, let us quickly jump into this young man. Training the team members and stakeholders. You see, we've touched on these earlier, but I'm just going to reiterate them for the sake of what? Establishing the knowledge in your heart. You see, you have your team and you have the broader team. And there are some projects that you run, you must train people even when they are not particularly beneficiaries. Chime would understand this for development projects and even for construction. I'm sure you have this kind of experiences too, where you're going to run a site. Before you go to the site, you have to even go and train the youths on what will be expected of them. You know, you coach them, what will be expected of them, this one, that one. Yeah. So training is not particularly alone left for your team. Sometimes you can actually even train stakeholders. Sometimes you even, yeah, you said?
I say yes, you're on point.
Okay, thank you. Now, sometimes you even go as much as, so you train both your team and others. So you can either train them or coach them. Two things you can do: train or coach. One thing you must understand, training is based on what? Building individual skills. Writing your exams, you see training. It's like, I want to train you to be a teacher. That's individual skills. It doesn't mean that you will iron your clothes when you're going to school. You will be a good teacher, but you might not have known how to iron your clothes and take care of yourself or package yourself as a teacher. Are you getting me? But when I'm coaching you, I'm trying to make an all-round person out of you. So I'm going to be very big on all the other little things, like how you come across. I'll be big on a number of things. You might not really want me to be, but I want to be holistic about the way I want it to come out. So that's it. The first thing you need to know, whether with training or with coaching, but please understand the difference between the two. Very interesting things come out in your exams around training and coaching. Are you getting me? The first thing you need to take forward and take it big is that you must schedule the training time. So it's not something that we just wake up, okay, today I will train you. No, it has to be programmed, planned, ready to deliver. Identify the gaps you want to train people on, and to what extent do you want them to get trained on it? Should they be trained till they get certifications or just basic training based on their needs? Okay. Also, do not forget to bring in the issue of diversity. Train across all tribes and persons. Also train people about dealing with being inclusive. So not just about technical skills alone, train about inclusivity so that you have a well-rounded team. In training, what are the things you need to remember? Remember when we talked about the T-shaped, you are also going to be looking at the fact that, come on, these guys, am I just training them for the depth of experience, knowledge alone? I want them to be great masons. No, how about leadership? How about reporting? So you're looking across both depth of competency and breadth of skills, both depth of skill set and breadth of competencies. Depth of skill set and breadth of competencies. Elements of training. Here we spend some time and begin to dig into this. Another area where you have some interesting questions popping out in your exam. Depth of, breadth of what? Elements of training. There are quite a number of ways you train. Instructor-led classrooms, like right now what we're having, a virtual classroom. So this is both instructor-led virtual classroom. You have what you call self-paced e-learning, which is where they just put something on the LMS for you or somewhere. Or like whenever you go on YouTube to learn something, what you're doing is self-paced e-learning. Self-paced, you're pacing at your own pace, you do it. Document reviews. It is sometimes you go to a new place, you start reading about things in that place. What you're digging into is what? Document reviews. Now the next one you're going to have there is what? The interactive simulations. Interactive simulations. So that's like simulation really. But interactive things you've seen if you've gone into some of these playgrounds, depending on the city where you are, you will know that there are some children playgrounds where they do a lot of digital simulation. If you've not had anyone, but you wear glasses, you would have done an eye test that allows you to be picking points. I use glasses, so I know that one at least. So you're trying to simulate to find out the health of the eye, really. But if you've not had one, try to look for a digital simulation and go and try one. Do that for yourself this weekend. I'm sure you enjoy it. You can learn from simulating things digitally, moving things and seeing the outcome. Yeah, so that's it. The next one we're talking about is, so I've thought about document reviews here. Now, training cost and schedule. Allow me to
what about on the job?
On the job is on the job, Pembari. On the job is on the job. You know, like I believe when you got into construction, most of what you were doing was on the job training. Yeah, there are some jobs that you just can only learn them on the job.
Which is the best.
Yeah. So those are really on the job really. Now, one thing you need to also remember for your exams is who fits into what kind of training pattern. Like for instance, now if I own Access Bank and I wanted to communicate something to what do you call it? To everybody in the class. What do you think I would want to use?
Everybody at once. Everybody
at once, yeah.
Sure.
I want to send a training for everybody. I want everybody to be in that. I want everybody to enjoy that training. What do you think I would use?
Virtual classroom. The virtual classroom.
Virtual. No, I wouldn't use virtual because I own Access Bank.
Okay.
Why do you think I will use virtual when most times my friends might all be what? They are working. So how can I use virtual?
You can send an email.
No, it's a training. It's bigger than what
you can read. Sorry.
Self-paced e-learning.
Self-paced e-learning. Awesome, guys. Get a thumbs up from me now. Well done. That's it. Self-paced e-learning. So you need to be able to figure out, you get a question, what kind of training best fits that environment? Make sense? Yeah. The next thing is training cost and schedule. You're going to be asking, come on, man, at the end of the day, who is going to pay for the training? Who pays for it? Who pays for it is you must build it into a project. I'm sure you've heard things called transitioning. Transition. Now, when let's say a new software is built for an organization that we're already using an old software, they need to transition into the new software. The cost of transitioning, one of those things is what you have to train. If you're the one that built the software, you must bring your people, your team, to come and train the users how to use that software. That cost of the training must be built into the project itself. It's an aberration when you are now asking them for money for training. You build it in. Now, and then the schedule of training depends on the kind of training, really. Okay. Before every training, you have what you call a baseline assessment. What's a baseline assessment? You're trying to understand what do you know? How well do you know it? At the end of the training, you do a post-training assessment. What are you trying to know? Was there a difference between where I met you and where I left you? I hope that makes sense. So a baseline and a post-training assessment. These are really common knowledge. So I don't expect you to struggle with these ones. Lastly, engaging virtual teams. I think we discussed this at the beginning, but one more time, let's quickly enjoy.
We did.
We did, yeah. Let's quickly enjoy what is in here with virtual teams. So we know that virtual teams are part of us. We've already said that before. And one of the key things to do is to keep them have a shared goal, a clear sense of purpose, communicate with them. We've done all of these and more. So revise them. It's really nothing that we've not touched on. Everything here we've said them. Another tool you use to engage virtual teams is what you call the variance analysis. What is variance analysis? It's just you measuring what was planned to what is actually done on ground and checking the gaps and telling them, come, we were supposed to deliver this thing 2 weeks ago, but we are already behind time, or we have 2 more weeks to complete this issue. Please, let's try and complete it. So that's variance analysis. Pretty straightforward. Last is.
You didn't do the last one, sorry.
Which of them?
After virtual team best practices.
We did it before. So best practices,
okay,
which is collaboration, have a team charter, which is agreement on how you will work. You understand? Okay. So prioritize the team more than everyone, self-organize the team. So it's something that we've discussed from the beginning. That's why I just jumped in.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. This is where it crowns it all for the day. Build a shared understanding about the project. How do you build a shared understanding? Don't forget, even when you are engaging virtual teams, you must get a shared understanding around the project. What are the things that will help you to get a shared understanding around the project? The very first one is to have a clear vision. What is vision? Where we are and where we are going to. Simple. That's what a vision means. Where we are, where we are going to. What is a project charter? The contract of agreement that was given by the sponsor to you and said, go and pursue this project. In that charter, it has everything the team needs to know, which is the funds allocated to the project, who are the authorities in the project. It also has things like the schedule. So You don't have to just keep telling them, this project is a 5 months project, is a 2 months project. No, you don't have to spend all that time. You don't have to. So you don't have to do all that. So because you are aware about that, your charter is ready. Now the next thing is the project overview statement. And then the last one is how to run the project. These are the things that will help you to build a shared understanding about the project. Which of these ones have I not touched on? I think it's the overview statement. So the overview statement communicates the enterprise-wide intent. You see again, the intent of this project and the vision of this project. Are we there?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Now, it's written in brevity and clarity. It's very clear. Now, it captures the project objectives, problems, opportunities, and the criteria for success. What are the criteria for success? Authorization via the project charter or approved overview. Now, what it means is who has the powers of authority. So this is a very comprehensive document so that if there is conflict, you already also know where to run to, how to pursue it. The team needs to know how to hold you as a PM accountable. Now, after you've captured the project vision and understanding, the types and conditions around the deliverables, you need to decide how you will run the project. So this is where we come to the issue of what? Agile, hybrid, traditional, those three, any of those three. You will get that very clear by tomorrow, because that's the first thing you're doing tomorrow. Okay. What else are the things that will help us to build shared understanding? The kick-off meeting. Kick-off meeting. What is the kick-off meeting? These are, this meeting will be after we've built the initial team. We've planned the project. We've taken the project back to the project owner. The guy has seen what we have done, and he will say, everything approved. Go and start execution. In that place, a lot of things will be clarified. And in that meeting, but that meeting happens after planning. I will be silent on the kickoff meeting until during execution, because you would appreciate how you build shared value more here. The next other two places where you build shared value is during iteration and during agile ceremonies. Iteration planning is also one of the agile ceremonies. Now, there are 3 ceremonies in agile. 3 ceremonies in agile. Now take this and get ready for tomorrow's class. 3 ceremonies in agile. The very first ceremony in agile is the sprint planning. Sprint planning, which is where we plan what we are going to do for that iteration. It's a meeting where we plan what we are going to do, what we are going to do, what we are going to achieve, how we are going to do it, and achieve it in that iteration. Make sense?
Yep.
Now, the second one is when the iteration is ongoing, something else happens. Every day, we must do what we call a daily scrum. Daily scrum. What is a daily scrum? It's a meeting we hold daily to check in with ourselves. So everybody will be asked the question, what did you do yesterday? What have you done? What would you do? What would you do today? And then, do you have any problem? You see the three questions. What did you do yesterday? What are you doing today? And do you have any problems? Is that okay?
Daily Scrum.
Daily Scrum, yes. The last ceremony in Agile is what you call retrospection, which all of us have discussed at length. You and I will agree that during the planning of iteration planning, and during the daily Scrum, where people talk about their challenges and what they are doing, people will easily get to buy into each other more and more, because it's a bonding period too. You get to know people's weaknesses and their strengths and how you can be of help to them. All right. Tax boards. Building a shared value. Try to reach consensus. Always try to reach consensus. Always try to reach a consensus. Now, in building a shared understanding,
Take care.
No problem. Now, let me show you something. I want to show you something quickly. Okay. Now, look at this, guys. Look at the Gantt chart here. Can you see the Gantt chart?
Yeah.
No.
Now, that's exactly, and look at the Kanban board, even though this one is not clear. By our third class, you will appreciate this. Look at the Gantt chart very well. You would notice that these can help us to build shared understanding. Because I know when this guy is finishing, when that one is finishing, and when that one is not finishing. Now, that's exactly what you call a tax board. No, a tax board. A tax board. So tax board helps us. Kanban board is a tax board. Schedule boards are tax boards. The next thing to help us, go ahead.
What about the Gantt chart?
The Gantt chart is also a tax board. It's a type of a tax board. The last one I will talk on today, I would leave the last one for my next class. I'll open with those techniques because I don't have the time. I need to catch up another meeting, please. Now, reach consensus. The time we used in introducing ourselves affected my delivery. I should have finished by now. Apologies for that, but I will make up for that last slide by next Saturday. But it's not a big deal. You can read it up, but I will still do my work. Is that okay?
Yep.
Is that okay, guys?
Yep.
All right, thank you. Okay, so reach consensus. Now, in building a shared value, you must endeavor to reach consensus. You must endeavor. I think we said that during agreement.
Yes.
There are different ways you reach consensus. So within the team itself, try and reach consensus. There is a feast of 5, where a close feast means complete disagreement, and a feast of 5 means complete agreement. Are we there?
Yep.
Handshake.
Now, this one also looks like the 100 point.
Okay.
Because you can have a 1, 2, 3, depending on how you guys want to go about it. The other one is called the Roman voting. It's simple yes or no. You just say yes or no. They count, do that for yes or yes, do that for no. Pooling. Consider independent points of view, hearing opinions, and then vote. So you get points of view. So like now, let's say for instance, I can ask you guys to nominate, everybody nominate somebody for a class rep. Are you getting me? All of you are going to nominate someone, and there might be like 3 or 4 repeated names that might come out. That's pooling. I've pulled 4 names first out. The next thing I'm going to say, let's all vote for them. Make sense? Now, the dot voting. Distribute dots equally, then each person allocates dots according to their highest preference. Same thing, more or less like the feast of 5 and like the word 100 points. once again, I'm such a grateful person when it comes to an opportunity to teach. I really enjoyed being with you guys, but I please have to leave you now. You can screenshot these, just have a read, but I bet you have my word, I will still touch on it. It's the last slide